What remains is to assess the payoff from this minimalist version of rationality. Some materialists may well object that my having stripped down the content of agential interests to just one is far too concessive to culturalists. Surely the list of basic interests is longer than this, they may insist. I cannot disagree, but as I admitted earlier, my defense of well-being as a basic need is not intended to be a full theory of interests. Its purpose is simply to show that culture does not go all the way down. Actors, even those in the Orient, are capable of judging their norms against at least this basic interest. Now, once we establish that basic interests can cut into culture in this fashion, then of course we open the door to examinations of what other elements might be in the list. Such an examination is beyond the purview of this chapter. However, I do intend to show how far-reaching are the implications of the existence of even this one interest in physical well-being. Not only does it offer a basis for assimilating the struggles of popular classes in the East and in the West under the same rubric, the same grand narrative, as the subalternists might say, but it can also account for many aspects of what they call bourgeois culture. In other words, the advent of a liberal, rights-based culture can be linked to popular struggles around the defense of basic needs, both East and West. And this makes it possible for us to explain what, in Chakrabarty's version of internalism, had emerged as so mysterious at the end of section 8.2, the fact that Western workers fought for their interests even when they were immersed in a pre-bourgeois consciousness. 8.5 The universal history of class struggle. Using the subalternists' own evidence, we have arrived at the point of being able to cite at least one interest that seems valid even for supposedly otherworldly Indians, an interest in physical well-being. But does the existence of this interest motivate agents to democratize their social relations? One can see how an interest in physical well-being might induce labor to pursue greater economic gains for itself, but it is not so obvious how it can motivate the pursuit of more political rights. That would seem to require other interests such as the need for autonomy or self-direction. So I have yet to demonstrate that agents in the East and West share a motivation to lessen their subjugation. What I need to show, then, is that having an interest in their physical well-being can also motivate agents toward political liberties. If I can do so, this will be a significant inroad into the subalternist argument. In chapters 5 and 6, I showed that, in their drive to maximize profits, employers across Europe resorted to political domination over their labor force. Market conditions demanded a certain intensity and duration of work for firms to remain viable. Workers, on the other hand, offered a level of effort that they deemed consistent with their preferences, which typically fell short of what employers demanded. Employers therefore resorted to all forms of coercion, both institutional and interpersonal, to induce compliance from workers. All across the capitalist world, firms' profit-maximizing strategies relied critically on mechanisms of political control, both institutional and interpersonal, hence the promotion of contract labor, company towns, private militias, indentured labor, and so on at the micro level, and the disenfranchisement of labor at the macro level. All these measures were taken in order to further dominate workers, because the dull compulsion of economic relations was evidently insufficient to induce compliance with the desired intensity of work. The lesson here is that even though capitalism does not depend on extra economic coercion for its reproduction, capitalists are happy to turn to it when and where they can. The domination that workers experienced on the shop floor and beyond was not just an affront to their autonomy. It amounted to a direct assault on their well-being: long hours, brutal discipline, unsanitary work conditions, and crowded lodgings, all of which culminated in a tragically short life expectancy. 47 Workers thus had a direct interest in challenging managerial authority in the workplace. But because of the fusion between economic and political power outside the factory, they could not undertake an economic campaign without also confronting their own political disenfranchisement. What we take to be political rights: the legalization of trade unions, rights against police brutality, the banning of child labor, the ban on property qualifications for the franchise, the reform of master-servant laws were rights demanded, in part, to enable workers to defend their basic physical well-being. As long as employers sought to tighten their economic control by relying on political mechanisms, labor had to embed its economic struggles within a series of far-reaching political campaigns. The structural imperatives of capitalism make this no less true in the 20th and 21st centuries than it was in the 18th and 19th. The fight for economic security has continued to require that attention be paid to political liberties as well, only because employers still seek to cement their economic domination with political control. This is most evident in the fast-growing special economic zones of the Global South, which are often rights-free zones for labor. But it is also the defining element of the political culture of entire geographical regions. Northern Mexico, dominated by the maquiladoras, the export processing zones in China, the sweatshops of Southeast Asia, the mining districts of India. In these and other such regions, the economic exploitation of labor has been effectuated by a despotic political culture. Even in the West, the economic crisis of 2007-08 opened a new campaign against labor, in which the decades-old attack on wages and benefits has been complemented by an attack on collective bargaining itself. In all these instances, labor has found that if it is to pursue its economic interests, it cannot avoid also engaging employers on the political front. 48. We have seen that Indian subaltern classes are motivated to defend their physical well-being, just as their counterparts in the West are. We have also seen that employers in the East are no less inclined to resort to political control than are employers in the West. This means that, insofar as laborers in the East mobilize to defend their physical well-being, they have the same interest in demanding political liberties as did workers in the West. They cannot avoid fighting for their political enfranchisement and for the broadening of their basic freedoms, as preconditions to securing their economic and physical necessities. Hence, when the political culture is transformed so that bourgeois forms of power displace and supplant the various forms of traditional, interpersonal coercion, the route to that transformation may very much resemble the one taken in Europe with the subaltern classes at the front of the campaign. All this follows from the defense of a single basic need, to defend one's physical well-being. 8.6 The other universalism. Having demonstrated that subaltern classes have at least one basic need, and that this need generates a universal interest in resisting the harms caused by capitalist employment relations, we may draw from this a quite important conclusion that there are two universalisms that can be held up as real, not just one. The first is the universalizing drive of capital, which has operated in the East as well as in the West, albeit at different tempos and unevenly. The second is the universal interest of the subaltern classes to defend their well-being against capital's domination, inasmuch as the need for physical well-being is not merely specific to a particular culture or region. It now follows that if capital is driven to dominate labor wherever it takes root, and if this domination generates palpable harm to workers' physical integrity through dangerous work conditions, poverty-level wages, high mortality, ill health, environmental hazards, and so on, then workers will be motivated to undertake steps to defend their basic interest in their welfare. I argued above that agents' ability to perceive this need as a motivation to act will be universal, regardless of culture. 49 It is reasonable to assume that social agents typically have the capacity to discern when their basic well-being is being undermined by the authority relations under which they toil. If this is so, then the centuries-old anchor for the labor movement that workers everywhere are bound by certain fundamental interests stands affirmed. 50. The interest in their own well-being is what subaltern classes draw on when they pursue the dismantling of the various forms of political domination imposed upon them. Were it not for this interest, the ubiquity of subaltern resistance would be an utter mystery. Members of the Subaltern Studies Collective insist that the pre-bourgeois consciousness of post-colonial social agents does not allow for interests to act as reasons for action. For interests to figure in this fashion is, for them, an attribute of bourgeois consciousness. According to this view, agents steeped in a pre-bourgeois culture cannot be motivated by their individual interests, nor can they have any conception of rights. This is why Chakrabarty et al. Describe them as Western notions, the product of a successful bourgeois revolution, something that is possible only where the bourgeoisie has lived up to its historic competence. but the difficulty of this whole line of reasoning is that, in actuality, the agents who really brought about the advent of bourgeois rights, even in the West, were the lower orders who were steeped in the pre-bourgeois culture that the subalternist theorists insist is incapable of generating the very goals that these agents pursued. The laboring classes in the West who fought for, and attained, liberal political freedoms were immersed in a community consciousness, in religious doctrines, in traditional conceptions of hierarchy exactly as is labor in the East. And how could it be otherwise? The American, French, German, and Italian workers who fought for their rights were often just one generation away from having worked the fields as peasants, or were recent migrants into the city or to a faraway land. They carried their traditional norms with them as they made the transition to factory life, just as the migrants from Bihar did when they undertook the journey to Calcutta's jute mills. When they organized their unions, or fought for voting rights, or demanded more humane working conditions, they did these things while still being steeped in elements of their culture, the culture that Chakrabarty calls pre-bourgeois. If Chakrabarty and Chatterjee are correct that a pre-bourgeois consciousness will not countenance any notion of individual interests, then the struggle against the bourgeois despotisms in Europe, or slavery in the Americas, has to be a modern miracle. European workers were not born into the world holding a copy of the rights of man in one hand and the social contract in the other. They were every bit as enveloped in traditional ideology and primordial loyalties as were their Indian counterparts a couple of centuries later. They were no more the secular citizen subject than were the jute workers in Calcutta. So, on what psychological resources did workers or slaves draw upon when they fought against their masters, if they could not understand that their well-being was undermined by their oppression? 51. One explanation is in fact available to those who accept the subalternists' framework, and it is not without irony. Suppose we accept, following Chatterjee and Chakrabarty, that social agents born into a pre-bourgeois culture cannot be motivated by their individual interests. This would have to be true of British and French workers in early modern Europe no less than it is of 19th century Indians. If the workers who fought for their liberties in England could not conceive of their interests, if their consciousness was entirely shaped by their socialization rendering them completely unable to shake that socialization's influence, then they must have drawn on some aspects of the traditional culture itself when they launched their campaigns. This would suggest that there must have been something in the European heritage that imbued its people with a love of freedom, with a basic respect for human dignity, with an appreciation of something like basic rights. These disparate cultural beliefs, handed down through the ages, must have endowed laboring classes in the West with the psychological resources to pursue what we now know as bourgeois liberties. Perhaps it was something within Christianity. Maybe it reached further back into history, such as the inheritance of Greek philosophy or the particulars of Roman law. Or perhaps it was the particular cultural melange produced by the Reformation. Whatever it might have been, the hunt is now on to locate those elements of Western culture that bred a love for liberty, autonomy, democracy, and other universals. If this sounds familiar, it should do. It is part of the centuries-old canard about the uniqueness of Western civilization, or the genius of the Western mind. It formed the basis for the view, still held by many historians, that there is something peculiar to Western culture that generates a desire for basic liberties. These are a Western invention, according to this view, because it was the West that produced the moral resources to craft them. And, of course, this prejudice about the West was also the foundation on which the defense of imperialism was constructed. Here, then, is the irony: the promotion of a view such as this, which attributes the growth of basic freedoms to the genius of Western culture, is probably not what the subalternist theorists had in mind when they put out their call to provincialize Europe. Yet if we accept Chakrabarty's premise that the basic preconditions for the pursuit of liberal freedoms are cultural, it seems hard to find any other explanation for the achievement of those freedoms. The way out of this rather embarrassing cul-de-sac is to accept another premise, one that Chakrabarty rejects, that social agents have basic needs, and that the capacity to recognize at least some of these needs is generally available to them regardless of their cultural location. On this premise, it is no longer a mystery that European workers were able to appreciate the importance of basic liberties, even though they were mired in pre-bourgeois ideologies. They did so because they recognized that such liberties would enable them to defend their well-being, which was under constant threat by the profit-maximizing strategies of employers. The psychological resource on which they drew was not the genius of European culture, but the universal interest in advancing their basic needs. Since this is a universal interest, and since the capacity to perceive it as an interest is common to agents across cultures, we can affirm that Indian and Egyptian workers are every bit as capable of mobilizing to attain liberal freedoms as were their British forebears. The importance of political freedoms, then, is not something they have to be taught. These groups strive to defend their individual freedoms because these freedoms are naturally attractive to them, just as they were for their European predecessors. Hence, there is nothing intrinsically Western about the valuing of democratic liberties. 52 True, the institutions of democracy largely originated in the West, but the aspirations that motivate its pursuit are no more Western in their essence than is capitalism. 53. How could the subalternist theorists not see the deeply conservative implications of their view? I believe it is because they never had to ask why a pre-bourgeois consciousness did not prevent Western workers from appreciating their interests, if it so successfully blocked Eastern workers from doing so. They simply never posed the counterfactual, and they never posed it because their framework allowed them to sidestep the issue. Every member of the collective accepts that the implantation of bourgeois forms of power was an achievement of the bourgeoisie, that workers were simply handed a bourgeois culture as a consequence of the bourgeois revolutions, and did not have to mobilize themselves in order to attain it. This allows Chakrabarti, Chatterjee, and others to assume the existence of a bourgeois consciousness among Western workers as part of European modernity at its inception, whereas modernity in the East is handed a working class mired in a pre-bourgeois consciousness. The subalternists never considered the possibility that modernity on both sides of the world was brought into being by agents still immersed in pre-modern cultures. As a result, they never asked how it was that workers in the West were able to escape their pre-bourgeois consciousness, if workers in the East were shackled so tightly to theirs. Had Chakrabarti et al. Just posed the question, they might have seen that their arguments about the debilitating effects of culture are very hard to sustain. But it seems that they never posed it, and the cost of not having done so was high. Not only have they ended up with conclusions that their own evidence undermines, but they promote some of the most objectionable canards that Orientalism ever produced, all in the guise of high theory. 8.7 Conclusion. Let us return to Chakrabarti's assertion, which we encountered early in Chapter 5, that the structure of colonial modernity demands a thorough overhauling of conventional theory. He made that claim with regard to the issue of power. We have added to it another claim he has made, in tandem with Chatterjee, regarding political psychology. Chakrabarti's view is that politics in the East is embedded in power relations, and motivated by a psychological orientation, quite alien to Western theory, by which he generally means Marxism. The idea is that Marxism uses certain highly abstract and universal categories which are stricken with two weaknesses: they project a specifically Western experience onto the social relations of other cultures, and, because of their highly abstract character, simply ignore all the particularities in Eastern social relations that depart from the general model. They miss how capitalism has created and sustained power relations in the East that are fundamentally different from those in the West, so different that they cannot be viewed as bourgeois forms of power at all. Moreover, they ignore how political consciousness in the East rests on mutuality and obligation, not on needs and interest. This is why we must overhaul Marxist theory in particular, and post-Enlightenment frameworks in general, not just because of their universalisms but also because of their Eurocentrism, which cause them systematically to obscure the specificity of the East. In the past 4 chapters, I have shown that both these arguments are without merit. There is nothing especially novel or anomalous about the persistence of interpersonal coercion or social hierarchy in post-colonial countries. True, many of these are non-bourgeois forms of power, and they persist because non-capitalist forms of production persist in many parts of the world. But interpersonal coercion is not necessarily a departure from capitalist power relations. As shown in chapters 5 and 6, all manner of hierarchy, coercion, domination, and so on is consistent with capitalist forms of production. This holds not only in the case of backward agriculture, labor-intensive manufacture, or what Marx more generally called the formal subsumption of labor. Interpersonal coercion is also fully compatible with advanced industrial manufacturing. The mere fact that such forms of domination exist is no evidence that capitalism in the East differs in some fundamental way from that in the West. Furthermore, if these forms of power are indeed a direct product of capitalism, then they can be analyzed and explained by those very universalizing categories that Chakrabarty urges us to reject. This is what we explored in some detail in Chapter 6, with regard to social domination and abstract labor, which was intended to serve as a demonstration of exactly how a highly abstract theory can produce an analysis of the variability in forms of social domination. In Chapters 7 and 8, we have seen that Chakrabarty and Chatterjee are mistaken as well in their view of social agency. They insist that political psychology in the East is fundamentally different from that of the West. And they counsel, on the basis of this assertion, that we launch an overhaul of political theory, in order to better theorize the politics that flows from this psychological orientation. Yet their own evidence, as we have shown here, undermines their claims. Their own historical work demonstrates that members of Indian subaltern classes were as motivated by their individual interests as were their peers in the West, as does the empirical analysis by Ranjit Guha, as exemplified in his Elementary Aspects of Peasant Insurgency in Colonial India. Furthermore, I argued that the imputation of interests by no means effaces the role of culture in social agency, unless we are to insist that anything short of cultural essentialism amounts to a denial of culture. An interest-based theory is perfectly capable of appreciating that agents are rooted in their cultures. It resists only the claim that their socialization runs so deep as to blind them to their own physical well-being. These theories can, of course, make more ambitious claims as well, which link interests to more than physical well-being. But these more ambitious claims are not my concern. I wish only to defend the possibility of a materialist theory, not extend it to its most ambitiously developed form. This chapter leaves us with an interesting conclusion that non-Western agents are just as capable as are Western ones of appreciating their individual interests. We therefore have a defense of two universalisms, one pertaining to capital and the other to labor. Hence, we have reached much the same conclusion that progressive intellectuals have embraced ever since the French Revolution, that is, until post-colonial theory came along. It is the idea that the modern epoch is driven by the twin forces of, on the one side, capital's unrelenting drive to expand, to conquer new markets, and to impose its domination on laboring classes, and, on the other side, the unceasing struggle by these classes to defend themselves, their well-being, against this onslaught. This dual process encompasses both East and West, thereby binding both parts of the world together in the same global process, or, in the jargon of post-colonial theory, the same universal history. But there is life in the subalternist project yet. Thus far we have encountered one set of arguments insisting on the uniqueness of the East and rejecting the plausibility of abstract, post-Enlightenment theories. In the next chapter we assess an entirely new argument, which has gained much currency among cultural theorists, anthropologists, and historians. Like the others we have examined so far, it too is dedicated to emphasizing the inscrutability of the East to Western frameworks. But it does not base its claims on any particular facts about Eastern cultures. It relies instead on a novel defense of the idea that capital's universalization is never complete. The argument is advanced by Dipesh Chakrabarty in his most recent and certainly most influential book, Provincializing Europe. My intention is to show that while it tries to defend the uniqueness of the East in a new way, it is no more successful at doing so than the others we have encountered. Chapter 9. The Problem of Historicism. This chapter takes up the analysis of historical diversity again, but in a slightly different vein. Up to this point, The arguments examined have orbited around clearly identifiable historical phenomena: the forms of power in modern social formations, the heterogeneity of the working class, the forms of agency in colonial India. The basic challenge has been to show that Enlightenment theories, particularly Marxism, are capable of apprehending how these phenomena play out in both West and East. But now, rather than engage the problem of universalism and Eurocentrism through specific empirical or historical challenges, I tackle it at a conceptual level, by taking up the arguments developed by Dipesh Chakrabarty in his hugely influential recent book, Provincializing Europe. After Ranjit Guha's Elementary Aspects, this is perhaps the most prominent work in the subalternist oeuvre, certainly the most important since their turn toward postmodern themes. It is in this book that Chakrabarty offers the most far-reaching objections of any post-colonial theorist to the abstract, universalizing categories of Enlightenment theories. As usual, it is Marxism that bears the brunt of his critique, but he clearly intends to question the broader European inheritance. The main issues to be addressed in this chapter are Chakrabarty's analysis of the abstract categories of political economy, which he cashes out through his distinction between History 1 and History 2, and his critique of historicism, which he presents as one of the two main contributions of Provincializing Europe. 1. I place the term in scare quotes because Chakrabarty's understanding of the concept of historicism is unconventional, and in fact, unraveling just what he means by it is no small challenge. The two issues, abstraction and historicism, are closely related in Chakrabarty's argument, and comprise the heart of his case against the Western canon. I will show that while the distinction he generates between the two histories is valid, the conclusions he tries to derive from it are not. I then show that once we reject his conclusions about historical difference and abstraction, his critique of historicism also collapses. Indeed, I will argue that there is no problem of historicism at all as he defines the concept. 9.1 What is at stake? In the arguments we have examined so far, subalternist theorists have rejected universalizing theories on the grounds that capitalism outside the West has had a fundamentally different trajectory than it had in the West. Among the claims we encountered, and rebutted, have been that the Eastern bourgeoisie was not revolutionary, the way the Europeans had been, that it failed to implant liberal institutions, that it continued to rely on political coercion and hence failed to generate bourgeois forms of power, that peasants in the East are not motivated by material interests, that workers are innately religious, and so forth. Because of these deep fissures between East and West, the theories emerging from the Western experience are deemed problematic, inasmuch as they assume that the logic of social reproduction in the East is more or less akin to that in the West. But because it is not, assert the subalternists, because the social and economic institutions rest on such different psychologies and power relations from those in the West, Western theories end up obscuring the real dynamics of Eastern modernity. With regard to the arguments encountered thus far, this is the source of subalternists' rejection of the Enlightenment tradition in Western thought. In Provincializing Europe, Chakrabarty introduces a second kind of objection. 2 Instead of invoking the distinctiveness of the East in order to raise doubts, he points to some fundamental problems with the process of abstraction itself. Whenever we try to categorize any local practice as a specific instance of a grand narrative, he asserts, intractable dilemmas arise. This is nowhere more evident than in the Marxist analysis of capitalism. Marxist theory operates at a high level of generality. It is an abstract theory, built to travel, its relevance supposedly extending to any part of the globe where capitalism has taken root. As economic reproduction becomes subject to capitalist imperatives, its logic is supposed to be explicable through the universalizing categories of political economy, whether the location is Birmingham, Detroit, Bombay, or Shanghai. Local history, Chakrabarty avers, becomes subsumed into the history of capital. The local becomes a specific instance of a more general kind of process. Bombay textile mills are no less an instance of capitalist processes than are the mills of Lancashire. This is how the abstract theory is seen as relevant to capitalist processes, no matter where they occur. Chakrabarty raises fundamental objections to this mode of theorizing. Early in provincializing Europe, he lays out the conventional understanding of capitalist development, as he sees it, along with his objections to it. The passage encapsulates well his motivation for developing an alternative. The dominant approaches to capitalist development, he says, share certain assumptions about its basic properties. They all share a tendency to think of capital in the image of a unity that arises in one part of the world at a particular period and then develops globally over time, encountering and negotiating historical differences in the process. Or even when capital is ascribed a global, as distinct from a European, beginning, it is still seen in terms of the Hegelian idea of a totalizing unity, howsoever internally differentiated, that undergoes a process of development in historical time. Point 3. Notice that Chakrabarty raises the issue of capital's geographical origins but does not see that as a central problem. The problem with conventional theories is not that they locate capitalism's birth in Europe. Point 4. Rather, the basic issue is how they understand its spread, or universalization, wherever it might have originated. Conventional views about capitalism's universalization have two components that disturb Chakrabarty. First, that capital itself is viewed as a unity, an organic whole whose various parts are bound together, and second, that it is viewed as developing over time through predetermined stages, toward a predicted end point. Both components of the dominant approaches, he says, end up erasing historical difference. To illustrate this point, he follows up the passage just quoted with a jab at the British historian E.P. Thompson. He recalls how Thompson famously predicted that capitalism would spread into the Third World, compelling workers, as it spread, to submit to the requirements of its labor process. Chakrabarty urges us to reject Thompson's view. The assumption that capitalism will spread into the world, forcing agents to submit to its logic, says Chakrabarty, sees capitalism as a force that encounters historical difference, but sees it as something external to its own structure. A struggle ensues in this encounter, in the course of which capital eventually cancels out or neutralizes the contingent differences between specific histories. Through however tortuous a process, it converts those historical specificities into historically diverse vehicles for the spread of its own logic. This logic is seen not only as single and homogeneous, but also as one that unfolds over time, so that one can indeed produce a narrative of a putatively single capitalism in the familiar history of genre. Point 5. This is a plea for recognizing the role of contingency and local particularities, and an accusation that universalizing theories become blind to the local, and to the myriad ways in which agents deviate from the logic of capitalism. What Chakrabarty sees as problematic about approaches such as Thompson's, which is to say Marxist approaches, is that while they recognize historical difference, they either view it as a temporary condition or dissolve its specificity into the unified logic of capital. Either way, capitalism is assumed, by Marxists, to have the power to subordinate other social practices to its own logic. This assumption makes Marxists view capitalism as an ineluctable force, which cancels out all differences between local histories as it subsumes them under its own logic. Point 6. They just become instances of a more global process, the universal history of capital. They are folded into the history of something or other, in this case, the global history of capitalism. Chakrabarty seeks to defend the local against the universal story of capital. His complaint against Marxism is that it is insufficiently attentive to the particularities of the local. Marxists ignore the contingencies that such particularities import into historical development, the way they resist being incorporated into the grand narrative. He wants the East to have a history of its own. Certainly this history will make reference to capitalism, for Chakrabarty does not wish to deny the latter's historical relevance. But it will not lose sight of the innumerable ways in which the local retains its specificity, and this is precisely what Marxism and other universalizing theories ignore. Readers will notice that we find ourselves back at the topic of capital's universalization. Like Ranjit Guha, Chakrabarty wishes to defend the specificity of the East. Like Guha and Chatterjee, he does so by denying the applicability of Western theories' universalizing categories. And finally, like so many other post-colonial theorists, he does so by denying that capital successfully universalizes. The present chapter will examine just how Chakrabarty goes about deploying his argument, which is different from any we have encountered thus far. In the next section, I present it in some detail. This is the longest and perhaps the most demanding chapter in this book. Chakrabarty's argument is a complicated one, and addressing it properly requires some space. So it might be useful to offer a brutally condensed summation of what is to come. Chakrabarty's core argument is that the properties of capitalism that are regarded as having been universalized, and that the categories of political economy are supposed to describe, are not in fact ever really universalized. If the underlying process of universalization is incomplete, then the abstract categories of political economy artificially impose an inaccurate, and hence misleading, description of local practices. Something that is in fact a hybrid social form, in which capitalist elements are forced into a compromise with non-capitalist forms, is illicitly turned into a pure, unalloyed instance of capitalism. When abstract theories misdescribe local practices in this way, it is not just that the specificity of the local is obscured. The causal dynamics are also misrepresented, since certain practices are taken to have fully and successfully universalized, whereas in fact they failed to do so. This imparts to them a stability, and an internal coherence, which they actually lack. Because of this, the reliance on abstract political economy generates two kinds of errors. First, it views societies as driven by certain logics of accumulation, of maturation through identifiable stages of growth and then decline that they do not in fact have. In so doing, it makes incorrect predictions about them, attributing to them a future that is false. Second, it imbues these societies with an internal coherence that is also misplaced. Social relations are assumed to be bound together by the same causal forces, in a kind of functionalist logic. Whereas the first of the two mistakes leads to a kind of developmental teleology, the second generates an unwarranted essentialism. What both mistakes have in common is that they impose an artificial closure on the contingencies of real history. As we will see, this worry about artificial closure is central to Chakrabarty's critique of historicism. In the next section, I will offer a more detailed explication of Chakrabarty's worries. I will then show that they rest on some subtle but basic confusions about how abstraction works and how it is connected to historical analysis. 9.2 The Two Histories of Capital. The core problem with which we have been grappling in this book is how the history of the non-West has been affected by the incursion of capitalism. Marxism is known for claiming that once capitalism becomes the organizing principle in a social formation, its historical development is centrally shaped by capitalist imperatives. The particulars of this argument vary. For some Marxists, the regulating principle becomes class struggle between labor and capital; for others, it becomes the laws of motion specific to accumulation; for still others, it becomes the global dynamic of the world economy. But what is common to all of them is the idea that local history becomes subject to the same forces as histories in other parts of the capitalist world. The history of modern India, or Nigeria, or Argentina, becomes part of capitalist history. This is what it means for capitalism to have universalized. The analytical complement to this process is an increasing need for a conceptual frame adequate to its study. As the economic system spreads around the globe, bringing disparate regions under its sway, the categories that political economy generates to analyze its dynamics also become the lens through which we apprehend those regional histories. As Partchaturji explains, if there is one great moment that turns the provincial thought of Europe to universal philosophy, the parochial history of Europe to universal history, it is the moment of capital that is global in its territorial reach and universal in its conceptual domain. It is the narrative of capital that can turn the violence of mercantile trade, war, genocide, conquest, and colonialism into a story of universal progress, development, modernization, and freedom. 7. This notion of universal history is exactly what disturbs postcolonial theorists. They offer two objections to the universalizing mode of thinking described in the previous paragraph. One is that the basic idea of capitalism's having transformed regional dynamics along particular lines is mistaken. In the East, the putative transformation did not come about, because capitalism abandoned its universalizing mission once it reached eastern shores. This is the argument I have examined, and rejected, in this book so far. I have shown that all the phenomena that subalternist theorists adduce as symptoms of capitalism's failure are in fact quite consistent with its success. So there is every reason to believe that the capitalism of the East is basically the same as that of the West. The second objection is the one that we will take up in this chapter, for it is what Dipesh Chakrabarty develops in Provincializing Europe. It is that the very idea of describing the dynamics of the East as capitalist history is deeply misleading, if not mistaken. To motivate this argument, Chakrabarty first makes a distinction between two different ways in which capitalism absorbs, and interacts with, existing institutions as it matures and extends its influence. He then draws out the implications of this differential absorption. This argument is somewhat more involved than others we have encountered in this book. I will therefore present it as distinct theses, and then address them seriatim. History 1 and History 2, Introducing the Distinction. To understand how capital affects historical development, declares Chakrabarty, it is necessary to distinguish two different ways in which it absorbs existing institutions. Suppose that a region is, at some initial point, not yet capitalist. Then, whether through colonialism or some other conduit, it is gradually transformed along capitalist lines. This will result in the transformation of local structures and local institutions to make them adequate to the demands of capital accumulation. These institutions now contribute to capitalist production, and are in turn reproduced by it. However, not all institutions contribute to the system's viability in the same way. Some contribute to capitalist stability in a way that is more determinative than others. Chakrabarty leans on some rather thick Hegelian terminology here, without defining what he intends for it to convey. But he is clearly pointing to the fact that some structures and institutions within capitalism occupy a central place in its reproduction. He refers to them as part of the life process of capitalism. He also describes them as being posited by capital, which suggests that they not only constitute part of the system's essential conditions of reproduction but are themselves constrained by its architecture in some way. The history of these institutions is thus absorbed into, and becomes part of, what is encompassed by capitalist history. This Chakrabarty describes as History 1, observing that his is the universal and necessary history we associate with capital 8. So, for Chakrabarty, it is not that the universalizing categories of political economy are irrelevant. Clearly they have some purchase. They reflect the social institutions that have become intrinsically connected to the reproduction of capitalism. These are the institutions that become part of capitalism's life process. He then distinguishes a second kind of history, which results from a very different pattern of institutional absorption. This he calls History 2. It, too, is a history associated with capitalism. The institutions, social practices, and social relations particular to it have been incorporated into the orbit of the capitalist system, and thus it should not be understood as being external to capitalism. However, even though these social relations come under capitalism's sway, they do so not as antecedents established by itself, not as forms of its own life process. 9. So, while History 1 contributes to capital's life process, History 2 does not. What does this mean? Chakrabarty explains that to say that something does not belong to capital's life process is to claim that it does not contribute to the self-reproduction of capital. 10. Again and again he returns to this characteristic of History 2, that it is independent of the reproductive logic of capital and thereby does not form part of its life process. In his words, nothing in it is automatically aligned with the logic of capital. Practices labeled History 2 do not lend themselves to the logic of reproduction of capital. 11. What these formulations suggest is that the reproduction of the institutions in History 2 will certainly be affected in some way by capital, since they have been absorbed into the system, but their reproduction will not be subordinated to capitalism's logic. So, while History 1 is part of the universal history of capital, History 2 will not be. Clearly, one axis on which to differentiate the two histories is their relation to the reproduction of capitalism. But Chakrabarty is also introducing a second difference between them. He often describes History 1 as encompassing not just capital and its universalizing drive, but other universalizing categories of Enlightenment thought. His list includes citizenship, nationalism, industrialization, and of course, reason, all of which come under the rubric of History 1, inasmuch as they represent Enlightenment universals. Point 12. Conversely, History 2 is identified with the local, the particular, those elements that cannot be easily assimilated into the categories associated with History 1. Whereas the abstract categories associated with History 1 impose a uniform analytical grid on social topography, History 2 resists being assimilated into it. Hence, what slots a practice into History 2 is not just that it does not contribute to capital's life process, but that it also cannot be seen as an instance of some abstract category typical of Western theories. The distinction Chakrabarty makes is not new, even if his somewhat infelicitous terminology might be. He derives much of its substance from Marx, and it has been made by many other neo-Marxists in the 20th century. 13. It is the simple observation that some kinds of practices are central to capitalism's reproduction, while others are not. If his argument went no deeper, it would not do much to puncture the universalizing ambitions of Marxist theory, for the distinction has been upheld, and even insisted upon, by some rather brazen universalizers. And I, too, will defend it in the course of this chapter, even while contesting the conclusions Chakrabarty derives from it. The twist in his argument comes not from the distinction itself, but from the particular role he attributes to History 2. History 2 disrupts universalization. The practices included in History 2 have their own logic of reproduction, distinct from that of History 1. While History 1 represents the universal, abstract logic of capital, History 2 embodies the diverse ways of being rooted in the particular cultures of any given region of the globe. As capital spreads across the world, it faces the challenge of subordinating these various practices to its own dynamic. Chakrabarty describes this as a question of transition/translation from many and possibly incommensurable temporalities to the homogeneous time of abstract labor. 14. But this process of translation is never complete. Agents manage to retain aspects of their culture, their practical orientations, which are independent of capital. Hence, even while History 2 is dominated by capital, it retains its own integrity. As we observed in the preceding section, the two histories are permanent features of capitalism's unfolding dynamic. The fact that History 2 retains its autonomy gives it a special place in the modern era. It bears the distinction of being the category charged with the function of constantly interrupting the totalizing thrust of History 1. 15. To interrupt the totalizing thrust of capitalism in this fashion is to undermine its universalization. Chakrabarty draws a portentous conclusion from this premise. No historic form of capital, however global in its reach, can ever be a universal. No global, or even local for that matter, capital can ever represent the universal logic of capital, for any historically available form of capital is a provisional compromise made up of History 1 modified by somebody's History 2.16. For Chakrabarty, this means that capital's globalization should not be confused with its universalization. Globalization of capital is not the same as capital's universalization. Globalization does not mean that History 1, the universal and necessary logic of capital so essential to Marx's critique, has been realized. What interrupts and defers capital's self-realization are the various History 2s that always modify History 1 and thus act as grounds for claiming historical difference. 17. In other words, capital may spread to all corners of the world, but this does not mean that it manages to subordinate all social relations to its particular rules of reproduction. This, for Chakrabarty, means that it fails in its universalization. Notice that Chakrabarty has reached the same conclusion as Guha, which Chakrabarty has endorsed in other contexts, that capital in the modern era failed to universalize itself. But in this instance his reasoning is different. For Guha, What derailed the universalization process was that capital abandoned its mission when it reached the colonies. Capital failed to universalize because it changed its own nature. Chakrabarty's argument in the preceding paragraph, on the other hand, proposes that what undermines universalization is not that capital transmutes into a different species but that it is never able to expunge history too. Capital's internal drive remains the same, it is just that the force of this drive turns out to be limited. The antagonism between History 1 and History 2. The fact that History 2 retains its own logic of reproduction, that it does not conform to capital's dictates, carries another implication for Chakrabarty. If there exist practices that do not bend to capitalism's logic, they also carry the potential to disrupt its reproduction. With History 2, capital has to encounter in the reproduction of its own life process relationships that present it with double possibilities. These relations could be central to capital's self-reproduction, and yet it is also possible for them to be oriented to structures that do not contribute to such reproduction. Point 18. If social relations are not guided by capitalist imperatives, agents embedded within them may have priorities that are inimical to the system. Work habits may not adjust to competitive demands, social priorities may not serve the requirements of accumulation, norms of comportment may not adjust to bourgeois authority relations. When social relations become absorbed into capital's self-reproduction, they become part of History 1 and thus functionally compatible with it. But if they remain in History 2, they are not only independent of capital but, by being independent of it, pose the threat of disruption. It is critical to register this component of Chakrabarty's argument. The very fact that History 2 is not aligned to the logic of capital makes it a threat to capital. And because of this threat, Chakrabarty concludes, History 1 has to subjugate or destroy the multiple possibilities that belong to History 2. One example of this is the factory, where the disciplinary process is in part meant to accomplish the subjugation/destruction of History 2. Workers come to the factory with some inclination to accept capital's dictates. They have this inclination because submitting to capitalists is their only means of survival. In this respect, they become part of capital's universal history, History 1. But they also come immersed in their local culture, local work habits, their individual preferences and proclivities. These have been formed independent of capital, and are what the latter sees as potentially disruptive. As a result, they have to be destroyed in order to turn the worker into a replaceable, abstract provider of labor power, into sheer, living labor muscular energy plus consciousness. 21 The labor process, for Chakrabarty, is an arena where History 1 wages its campaign for the subjugation/destruction of History 2. It is designed to obliterate all those particularities of local culture, all those ways of being that do not conform to the universal logic of capital and that obstruct the transformation of actual historical workers into abstract labor. 22. The obduracy of History 2. History 1 is forever striving to obliterate History 2. The problem is that, try as it might to bend all social relations to its own logic of reproduction, History 1 or capital, which is its agent, fails in its effort. Having said that History 1 must subjugate or destroy History 2, Chakrabarty follows it up immediately afterward by saying, there is nothing, however, to guarantee that the subordination of History 2 to the logic of capital would ever be complete. Point 23 Capital has to learn to live with the incompleteness of its rule. It must coexist with History 2 and with the persistence of institutions and practices that do not align with its reproductive logic. History 2, in turn, is never able to break free of capital, because it comprises practices that have come under capital's domination. But even while they cannot rest free of it, they are never fully absorbed by it either. Their fate is to remain under its shadow even while constantly frustrating its totalizing thrust. Point 24. The dynamic between the two histories plays a central role in Chakrabarty's theory of global modernity and also forms the foundation for his critique of Enlightenment theories, especially the Marxist tradition. For him, the fatal flaw in the Enlightenment tradition is that, while it is alive to the role of History 1, it consistently fails to register the impact of History 2, especially in the non-West. This results in a universalizing discourse that ignores contingency and local particularities, downplays the role of agency, and imposes an unwarranted teleology on historical development. All these flaws come under the rubric of historicism. Chakrabarty views the critique of historicism as one of the two central contributions of provincializing Europe, and it is to this concept that we now turn. 9.3 The problem of historicism. While Chakrabarty makes clear that historicism is a form of reasoning that ought to be avoided, just what the concept denotes precisely is not easy to glean. This is owing, in part, to Chakrabarty's self-indulgent style of theorizing, whereby the search for ever more abstruse formulations often overtakes any discernible interest in communication. 25 But it also is owing to some genuine confusion in Chakrabarty's presentation of the concept. In what follows, I have chosen to present the strongest, most defensible interpretation of the concept. Let us begin by introducing Chakrabarty's own summary statement of it, which is also one of his less obscure renderings. He describes it as a mode of thinking about history in which one assumed that any object under investigation retained a unity of conception throughout its existence and attained full expression through a process of development in secular, historical time. 26 Or again, it tells us that in order to understand the nature of anything in this world we must see it as an historically developing entity, that is, first, as an individual and unique whole, as some kind of unity at least in potential, and second, as something that develops over time. 27 The italicized phrases encapsulate the two elements that comprise historicism's core. The first is an assumption that the parts that comprise a social whole are in a relation of functional interdependence. They cohere or hang together in such a way that their constituent parts develop in synchrony. This assumption rules out the possibility of ruptures, instability, or tensions between parts of a social whole. 28 The second element is the idea that social complexes develop ineluctably through time toward a predestined end, a notion that makes history seem to be something merely waiting to become actual, like the possibility of ripening inherent in a fruit. 29. What induces historicists to treat social complexes as if they were functionally integrated wholes, maturing through time like the ripening of a fruit, is that they are in the thrall of history. 1. Once theorists forget about all the diverse modes of interaction, all the different ways of being, that continue to persist within capitalism, then capitalism increasingly takes the appearance of an all-pervasive force. It becomes a unifying principle of social development, which erases any hint of a future that does not conform to capital's logic. The future increasingly becomes a knowable entity, drawing toward a determinable end. Chakrabarty calls this the future that will be, by which he means a future that has to be, that has to take a predicted course. This is the future toward which we seem to be plummeting headlong, once we view society through the prism of history. 1. This is a future of which we know at least the constitutive principles, even if we do not have a blueprint for it. Let us call this the future that will be. The future that will be aligns itself with what I called History 1 in my chapter on the two histories of capital. This is the universal and necessary history posited by the logic of capital. In this history inhere the Enlightenment universals. 30. So the slide into historicism comes when we substitute History 1 for the diversity and contingency of real history. Hence, critique historicism in all its varieties is to unlearn to think of history as a developmental process in which that which is possible becomes actual by tending to a future that is singular. 31 Here we see the connections between History 1, historicism, and what appears to be a historical teleology. 32 Once it is accepted that social wholes are subjected to the unifying force of capital, it erases any sense of a plural, open-ended future. The future becomes whittled down to a singular, determinable endpoint. A second consequence of historicism, issuing from the same source, is that social institutions are assumed to be seamlessly woven into an organic whole. What Chakrabarty seems to mean by this is that historicists assume a kind of functional compatibility among all the diverse elements of society. They assume away contradiction, instability, incompatibility, and so on. It is easy to see how this, too, relates to the suffocating hold of History 1 on our imaginations. Recall that the function of History 2 is always to frustrate the totalizing thrust of History 1. This means that there are always some institutions, or practices, that remain stubbornly independent of capital, or of whatever universalizing principle the historicist happens to fix upon. Because these practices retain their independence, they exercise their own influence on social reproduction, at times even destabilizing it. Certain practices or norms of comportment resist the logic of capital, and thereby insert numerous heterogeneities and incommensurabilities into its homogenizing drive. 33 But the hold of History 1 makes historicists blind to these differences. And where they cannot ignore them, they simply affix an expiration date on them. Historicism creates the illusion that the myriad social practices that escape the logic of capital, that do not reflect its basic properties, are bound to dissolve in due course. History 1 will subjugate/subordinate them as it proceeds toward its singular future. Chakrabarty's abiding concern here seems to be how to best understand capitalism's spread. Chakrabarty worries that universalizing theories project the experience of Western modernity onto the post-colonial world. They assume that just because capitalism has globalized, it will trigger the same political and cultural transformation in the East as it did in the West. Historicists, he argues, are so convinced of capital's homogenizing effects that they treat the post-colonial world as if it is in a waiting room, biding its time as it waits for its own modernity to become a reflection of the European. Whatever differences there now are will be erased as capitalism attains full expression. And since they are destined to disappear, these differences are treated as mere anachronisms or holdovers, unworthy of serious analysis, precisely because their days are numbered. So historicists become incapable of appreciating the specificity of post-colonial modernity, because they are convinced that capitalism dissolves all social difference. You just have to give it time. And which theories are likeliest to generate such a blindness to this sort of teleology? Theories stemming from the West, of course, the products of Enlightenment thinking. Ideas, old and new, about discontinuities, ruptures, and shifts in the historical process have from time to time challenged the dominance of historicism, but much written history still remains deeply historicist. That is to say, it still takes its object of investigation to be internally unified, and sees it as developing over time. This is particularly true for all their differences with classical historicism of historical narratives underpinned by Marxist or liberal views of the world, and is what underlies descriptions/explanations in the genre history of capitalism, industrialization, nationalism, and so on. 34. It is important that we see the close connection between Western theories' blindness to History 2 and their abiding Eurocentrism. As I observed above, within the terms of Chakrabarty's argument, the existence of History 2 presents a problem for all abstract theorizing, whether of the West or of the East. But the problem does not affect the basic analytical framework symmetrically. It is far more damaging when Western theories travel to the East than it is when they train their lens on the West. For the West, we should remember, has been blessed with a genuinely revolutionary bourgeoisie, which has transformed its social space, integrated the subaltern domain, and brought a far greater range of social relations into conformity with capital's reproductive logic. The West conforms to History 1 far more than does the East, where capital abandoned its universalizing mission. When categories developed out of the Western experience travel eastward, they take for granted that a social transformation has occurred more or less in line with what transpired in Europe. In this sense, Chakrabarty argues, they carry an imprint, a marker of the conditions from which they arose. When it is mobilized in the analysis of non-Western social formations, this imprint becomes a prejudice, it becomes Eurocentrism. It refuses to recognize the numerous ways in which real history in the non-West fails to conform to the homogenizing assumptions of Western theory. 35 Or, owing to their historicist bias, when these theories do take notice of differences, they blithely assume that these are only temporary phenomena, because sooner or later History 1 will end up subjugating all the diverse History 2s and remake the East into the image of the West. 36 Hence, while the existence of History 2 is problematic for Enlightenment theories tout court, it becomes something more specific when they are brought to the East. It generates what we know as Eurocentrism. This brings to a close our synopsis of Chakrabarty's arguments about the two histories, the special role of history too, and the consequences of historians ignoring that role. It is worth noting that his analysis of historicism rides almost entirely on his understanding of the two histories. It is a mode of reasoning that fails to appreciate the way in which history too punctures and destabilizes both capital's universalizing drive and also its reproduction. All of this presupposes, of course, that capital's universalization is in fact disrupted in the manner described by Chakrabarty, that history too is the reason for its disruption, and that history one is committed to subordinating all elements of history two to its own functional requirements. If the dynamics of the two histories do not in fact have these properties, then we certainly cannot indict historians of being insensitive to their effects. What Chakrabarty calls historicism is a failing only if his theorization of the two histories has some purchase. I therefore turn our attention to an assessment of his argument about the two histories and then move on to his critique of historicism. 9.4 Abstract Categories and the Real History of Capital. Chakrabarty is right to distinguish between those practices that are constitutive of capitalist reproduction and are thereby posited by capital, or part of its life process, and those that are not. This is simply another way of recognizing that some practices are essential to capitalist reproduction, while others are not. Not every social relation is an expression of capitalism, even after that system has taken hold of a social formation. In a very broad way, then, I agree with his distinction between something akin to history 1 and history 2. As he observes, it was a distinction made by Marx and, we might add, defended by many analysts within the Marxian tradition over the course of the 20th century. But despite my having agreed that such a distinction is warranted, I intend to argue that none of the conclusions Chakrabarty derives from it can be defended. The existence of history too does not mean that universalization is never complete. It does not follow that the source of instability for capital is history too. It is not the case that there is an inbuilt antagonism between history and history too, and finally, it is not at all the case that history 1, through the agency of capital, is committed to the subjugation or erasure of history too. Hence, we find ourselves confronted with quite different implications concerning the viability of the abstract, universalizing categories of the Enlightenment tradition, and are led to the view that these frameworks are not only quite defensible but also a great deal more robust than Chakrabarty seems to think. History too does not undermine capital's universalization. Chakrabarty is quite clear that as long as there are social practices that remain outside the orbit of capital, the universalization process has to be regarded as incomplete. This is what it means to say that the presence of history too serves to block the universalization of capital. It should be evident that this is an astonishingly stringent test for capital's universalization. As I argued in Chapter 5, subalternist theorists work with an unduly expansive notion of what capitalism is supposed to universalize. 37 We saw that the most defensible case is for a narrower conception, in which capitalist globalization amounts to the universalization of practices relating to economic production. This is what most Marxists have understood by the term, as have many proponents of the scholarly traditions that subalternist theorists traduce. Chakrabarty's argument amounts to the rather absurd view that universalization requires the subordination of all practices to the dictates of capitalism, to the logic of capital. Yet I am unaware of any theorist outside the domain of postcolonial studies who would defend this view, nor do I see any justification for it. As it happens, Chakrabarty admits that economic practices have been so transformed in many post-colonies. He agrees that the economic logic of capitalist production has established itself in the East. He even allows that it might have become dominant. But he insists that the fact of production having changed in this fashion is insufficient to warrant the conclusion that capitalism has universalized because, for him, capitalism must do more than just change the logic of economic activity. As long as practices that fall under history too can maintain their independence, he insists that the universalization process is incomplete. But why should we accept the notion that for capital to have universalized, it must have obliterated history too? Why can we not say that as long as History 1 has established itself, is stable, and reproduces itself over time, then its universalization is a fact of life, even if the practices in History 2 continue to exist? Chakrabarty does not present a systematic argument to counter this objection. Based on scattered comments in the text, however, his justification seems to be the following: the reason we can deny that capital has universalized is that History 2 modifies the operation of History 1. Consequently, the pure logic of capital, which is what universalization is putatively importing into the East, never really takes hold. What does take hold is a logic modified by the influence of History 2. Chakrabarty variously refers to these effects of History 2 as modifying, disrupting, interrupting, and the like, in regard to their relation to History 1. All these expressions push in the same direction, namely, that History 2 matters because it forces changes in the operations of History 1. A charitable interpretation of Chakrabarty's argument, then, is that History 2 forces a modification of what is being universalized. This being the case, he would suggest, we cannot assume that the story told through the logic of History 1 will ever be the story actually unfolding on the ground. It will be inflected through the workings of History 2.38. This is the most favorable interpretation of Chakrabarty's argument. It constitutes the premise from which he draws his conclusion that capital never in fact universalizes, even as it globalizes. But here is the problem: even if we accept Chakrabarty's premise that History 2 modifies or interrupts the logic of History 1, it does not justify his conclusion that universalization cannot ever be complete. Consider what it means for such a modification to take place. We have certain expectations of agents as bearers of History 1, as workers, as capitalists, as landlords. Our expectations are that they will follow certain basic rules in order to reproduce themselves. These rules are what we describe as their logic of reproduction. Now, suppose that under the influence of History 2, agents are forced to modify the pure logic of their position, as described in History 1. When practices depart in some way from the logic, or rules, of reproduction, as described at a general level, this departure can be of two kinds: one that maintains the integrity of the rules, even if it modifies them somewhat, or one that forces a transformation of the rule's basic integrity. In the context of Chakrabarty's argument, surely the question is whether the modification induced by History 2 preserves the basic integrity of the rules, even if it makes some modifications in their details. If the effects of History 2 leave intact the basic rules, then they do not change the type of practice that the rules are generating. The modification, in this case, would be considered type-preserving. On the other hand, if the changes wrought by History 2 are of a more significant order, such that they undermine the basic integrity of the rules that agents are following, then they would end up changing the very nature of the practice generated by the rules. If the change is of this kind, then the effect of History 2 would be type-transforming. Changes that are type-preserving do not justify the conclusion that Chakrabarty wishes to endorse. They would keep intact the basic structure of the rule, and hence of the practices it generates. Only changes that are type-transforming, those that change the basic goals or the strategies of the actors, would justify the conclusion that the practice no longer conforms to its abstract description. The crucial point here is that Chakrabarty provides no evidence that the modifications caused by History 2 are type-transforming. All his descriptions of the effects of History 2 are instances of type-preserving modifications. Indeed, in much of his discussion, the effects of History 2 are even weaker. They simply change certain details of the practices that embody capital's basic reproductive logic, without making any discernible changes at all in the logic itself. Or they carry the potential of disrupting the logic of reproduction inscribed in History 1, but without any guarantee that they will in fact do so. 39 If History 2 merely manages to tweak the social relations or practices of History 1, but leaves intact their basic integrity, then Chakrabarty's argument loses its force. As a result, even if we accept his characterization of History 2 and his description of how it affects the operation of History 1, these are consistent with capital's universalization. That is, even if History 2 has the effect of modifying History 1, it does not alter the latter's fundamental logic. We are therefore justified in concluding that the basic rules of the agent's reproduction have not been disturbed, even if their workings, or the form in which they are instantiated, may have been affected to some degree. The main principle at issue is this: no practice ever conforms in every detail to its abstract description. It is not an insight, therefore, to declare that this or that social fact has elements in it that are not present in its abstract delineation. The task of conceptual analysis is to decide whether its departure from the abstract description warrants an abandonment of the category attached to that description, such as the category capitalist, or accumulation, or whether the departure can be accommodated by recognizing the modified practice as a variant or a subtype of the abstract category. If it is recognized as a variant or subtype, then we preserve the abstract description, and the category to which it is attached. We agree that the category is real, that it has purchase on how social dynamics are actually unfolding. We simply recognize that the category can be instantiated in variable forms. Chakrabarty argues that the universalization of capital is a myth, that it is forever incomplete because the actual practice of reproduction in the East does not conform to its abstract description as presented in the works of Marx or other Enlightenment thinkers. And the reason it does not conform to that description is that History 2 forces modifications in it. As demonstrated above, however, the mere fact that a practice fails to conform to its abstract description is not significant. What is significant is whether the departure changes the basic nature of the practice. In the context of our discussion here, the question becomes, when they impose modifications, do the various instances of History 2 force a type-transforming change in the logic of capitalist reproduction? Since Chakrabarty repeatedly describes History 2 as modifying the logic of capitalist reproduction, he clearly agrees that capitalism does have an identifiable logic. Yet he offers no evidence that the modifications are of an order that would justify the conclusion that capitalists no longer follow the basic rules of accumulation, or that workers no longer reproduce themselves by selling their labor power. Yet this is exactly what it would mean for the logic of capital to be modified in a type-transforming way. Since he does not establish that the modifications are of the relevant kind, the simple fact that History 2 modifies or interrupts the reproduction of History 1 is inconsequential. We can accept his claim that it does, but still conclude that the universalization of capital is an accomplished fact. The source of capital's destabilization is not History 2. We have now established that capital's universalization does not require that each and every social practice abide by its logic of reproduction. The mere fact some social relations have their own particular rules, independent of the rules generally characteristic of capitalism, does not allow us to conclude that the universalizing process has been interrupted. It follows that capital can universalize its rule and establish its control over economic reproduction even while myriad components of social life maintain their autonomy. And even when History 2 interacts with and modifies capital's reproduction, what matters is whether the modification transforms the basic rules of reproduction essential to capitalism. The mere existence of History 2 does not undermine the claim that capital has universalized its rule over the course of the modern era. If it is true, contrary to Chakrabarty's contention, that universalization can proceed even while History 2 maintains its integrity, then Chakrabarty is also wrong to insist that the basic function of History 2 is to undermine capital's universalization. The only way this conclusion could be justified would be if History 2 necessarily forced fundamental changes in the logic of History 1. But this characterization is impossible to derive from Chakrabarty's own argument. Remember that he defines History 2 simply as those practices that do not lend themselves to the logic of reproduction of capital. 40 Elsewhere he quotes Marx to define it as practices that capital influences in some way but not as antecedents established by itself, not as forms of its own life process. 41 Theses characterizations can only establish that History 2 retains its integrity inside capitalism and that it refuses to align itself with bourgeois rules of reproduction. But the mere fact that some social relations retain their independence cannot possibly justify regarding them as practices that will undermine or disrupt capitalism. They might just as easily continue to reproduce themselves on a parallel track, abiding by their own internal logic, while capital pushes along in its own grooves. They will be a source of instability only if their conditions of reproduction clash in some way with the conditions that sustain capitalism. But is this a realistic assumption? Even while some relations associated with history too might be dysfunctional for capital, it is simply impossible to imagine that every such relation would have to be. Chakrabarty seems to equate the autonomy of a practice from the logic of capitalism with that practice being corrosive to capitalism. This amounts to the claim that unless a social practice is functional to capitalism's stability, it is necessarily dysfunctional. It is hard to imagine how such a claim could be supported. Chakrabarty is therefore quite mistaken to conclude that, just because history too might retain its own integrity, it has the effect of interrupting capital's universalization. Of course, it is probably true that some practices internal to history too will indeed conflict with capitalist dynamics. But even though they may conflict with capitalism, it does not follow that they will disrupt its reproduction or its universalization. The mere fact that a practice or norm conflicts with capitalism's logic says nothing at all about its capacity to successfully block capitalism. It could very well be that instances of history too will encounter capitalism, clash with it, and then find themselves transformed by it. In other words, it could be that, on those occasions where the logics of history 1 and history 2 clash, it will be history 1 that prevails. Workers might change their work habits to keep their jobs, capitalists might ignore their sectarian beliefs and hire workers from other religions, and so on. Hence, the mere fact of there being an incompatibility between the two will not suffice to resuscitate Chakrabarty's argument. In addition to their incompatibility, it must also be the case that the practices associated with history too have the social support and its agents the capacity to overturn the demands imposed by capitalism. Only if all these conditions are in place can we conclude that history too will have the effect of blocking the universalization of capital. Since it is impossible to assume that the conditions enumerated here are in fact intrinsic to history too, we are justified in rejecting the argument that it is the function of history too to destabilize history 1. At best, we can say that certain instances of history too might, in some situations, succeed in doing so. Whether or not they do depends upon some contingent facts about their content, their obduracy, the social strength of their practitioners, their capacity to defend themselves against the demands of capital, and so on. In other words, the best we can do for Chakrabarty is to break down history too into two categories: history 21, which encompasses practices that are independent of capital but in a benign way, such that they do not clash with it, and history 22, which encompasses practices that are independent of capital and do clash with it. Only the latter pose any threat to capital's universalization, and even here, only a further subset of these could be expected to hold up under the pressure of capital's formidable demands. We have thus arrived at two conclusions. First, even given Chakrabarty's own definition of them, there is no systematic conflict between the two histories. The conflict involves only a small subset of history too. Moreover, the outcome of that conflict, when it does occur, cannot be prejudged. Second, it follows that history too poses no systematic threat to the integrity, or the outward thrust, of history 1. Again, it could do so under certain conditions, but those conditions cannot be assumed to be always in place. The broad conclusion that derives from this is that insofar as history too constitutes any threat to history 1, that threat is contingent and episodic. The main source of capital's destabilization is history 1. If Chakrabarty overestimates the power of history too to destabilize history 1, he vastly underestimates the sources of instability within history 1 itself. It is hard to find many passages in Provincializing Europe where he discusses the sources of disruption to capital's reproduction that are located within Enlightenment universals: capital, freedom, democracy, citizenship, etc. But it should be clear that there exist systematic contradictions between capital's logic of reproduction and some of these universals. In other words, between capital's logic and various components of history 1. Furthermore, I propose that these conflicts are not only systematic, but are far more corrosive to the conditions of capital's reproduction than the practices associated with history too. Let me now move to a defense of this proposition. That Chakrabarty never seriously considers the possibility of capital being destabilized by elements internal to History 1 is a consequence, I believe, of his characterization of History 1 as those practices that are posited by capital itself and that contribute to the life process of capitalism. Since they are implanted by capital, and since they are conditions of its reproduction, they are assumed to be univocal in their effects, benign, never corrosive. But this conclusion does not follow from the premise. The fact that certain practices or institutions are critical to the survival of a system does not preclude the possibility of their becoming a source of breakdown. One way in which such breakdowns can occur is through what John Elster has called counterfinality, when actions or practices that might be individually beneficial aggregate into outcomes that are self-defeating. Point 42. For example, the universal drive for profits is certainly an essential practice within capitalism, but actions that benefit an employer individually can become self-defeating if carried out by everyone, such as when the higher profits that come from suppressing wages in one firm are undermined once all employers suppress wages, thereby contracting the market for their goods. The fact that key elements contribute to capitalism's reproduction does not guarantee that they will not also contribute to its breakdown. Indeed, it is precisely because of their being essential to its reproduction that they can act as a source of instability for the system itself. From Smith to Keynes, every major theory of capitalism has located deep and abiding sources of instability within what Chakrabarty would call History 1 but not in History 2. Marx was, of course, the most obvious exemplar of this view. In his theory, capitalism's reproduction is interrupted, not by the obduracy of local cultures, norms, or practices, but by the very practices that are posited by capital. None is more central to this than accumulation itself. As Marx famously expressed it, the true barrier to capitalist production is capital itself. 43. What he meant was that the rules by which capitalist accumulation takes place are self-defeating. They demand of each entrepreneur that she place the profit motive above all else, as a condition for surviving in the market. Yet, even though each individual capitalist has good reason to pursue success through cost-cutting innovations, the aggregate effect of these strategies is to weaken the underlying conditions of reproduction for capital, and eventually to plunge the economy into a crisis, thereby creating a rupture in the cycle of reproduction. Point 44. The crisis thus stems from the very core of the universal, abstractly defined rules of accumulation. But this is not just a fact about Marx's theory. It is also true of Smith, Ricardo, and Keynes. Each of these theorists developed an analysis of capitalism that located its fragility, its vulnerability to crisis, within the basic rules of the system itself. Furthermore, precisely because its source is the very practices essential to the system, the connection between these practices and breakdown is both deeper, and more explosive, than anything Chakrabarty establishes for History 2. There is, however, a second source of disruption to capital's logic that is located within History 1. This is the universal interest that working people have to protect their well-being from capitalist authority and abuse. I have already defended the notion that some such interest exists, and indeed, that the subalternist theorists themselves rely on the existence of this interest in their historical analyses. Recall that Guha pointedly defends this view in Elementary Aspects of Peasant Insurgency in Colonial India. As we witnessed in Chapter 7, Chatterjee sneaks it into his account of Bengali peasant mobilizations, which we also examined in Chapter 7. Chakrabarty admits to its existence in his labor history, examined in Chapter 8. For our purposes, what deserves emphasis is that this interest and others we might include, such as the interest in autonomy or self-determination, properly belong, on Chakrabarty's own definition, to History 1. What distinguishes History 1, remember, is that it encompasses the Enlightenment universals. Capital and its cognates are central to this group of universals, of course, but so are such abstract concepts as freedom, democracy, and citizenship. On more than one occasion, Chakrabarty explicitly makes reference to these as belonging to History 1.45. The interest in well-being is a fundamental source of instability to capital, simply because of its ubiquity. It is built into the psychology of social agents, regardless of culture or location. The very fact that cultures exist at all presupposes that social agents have a drive to protect their basic needs. But precisely because this interest is a component of human nature, it necessarily brings workers into conflict with the logic of accumulation, wherever and whenever it unfolds. And thus, as explored above in chapters 6 and 8, it was only through subaltern mobilizations that capitalism was civilized. These 19th century struggles were nothing other than a modification of capital's logic. As Marx showed in such graphic detail in the chapters on machinery and the working day in the first volume of Capital, the struggle for limiting the working day not only added to the well-being of British workers, it also forced capitalists to change their accumulation strategy, making them abandon a wholesale reliance on increasing surplus value by sweating labor, what he called absolute surplus value, and turn instead to productivity-enhancing means, what he called relative surplus value. 46. These specific struggles occurred in Victorian England, but they have been played out all over the globe, wherever capital has established its rule. They are, to use Chakrabarty's language, a part of the universal and necessary history of capital, and hence of History 1. Even though both these sources of instability, capitalism's structural pathologies and labor's resistance, can disrupt capital's reproduction, they do not operate in the same way, nor do they have the same effects. Although Chakrabarty often uses the two phenomena interchangeably, it is important to maintain a distinction between the disruption of capital's logic and the disruption of its universalization. A pattern of reproduction can be disrupted, interrupted, or dislocated, all expressions used by Chakrabarty, and it can then resume anew, begin a new cycle, after the disruption. In other words, the mere disruption of its reproduction need not derail its ongoing universalization, because the disruption can simply be temporary, after which the universalization can continue apace, once the system has recuperated. But for the universalization of its logic to be undermined requires something beyond a mere interruption of its normal routine of reproduction. It requires a transformation of the rules of reproduction in a fundamental way, as argued above. Both these sources of instability interrupt and destabilize capital's logic of reproduction, but only one truly undermines its universalization. Structurally generated crises, whether from falling profitability or from imbalances across sectors, do not, as far as I can glean, constitute a block to capital's universalization. If anything, they probably accelerate it. As David Harvey has noted, crises often trigger an outward expansion of capitalism, in search of new markets, new and cheaper inputs. As a spatial fix 47, in this manner, crises accelerate the outward expansion of capital, and the imposition of its own rules of reproduction on new territories. By contrast, labor struggles offer the promise of far more fundamental threats to capital's reproduction. True, in many cases, even in most cases, such struggles modify these rules, keeping their basic integrity unchanged. But when and where the rules themselves have been transformed in some far-reaching way, it has been as a consequence of the universal struggle of working people to defend against capital's depredations and to improve their welfare. Hence, if there is any genuine source of opposition to capital's universalizing drive, it is the equally universal struggle by subaltern classes to defend their basic humanity. That is the core motivation in all those thousands of campaigns for wages, land rights, basic health and security, dignity, self-determination, autonomy, and so forth, all those Enlightenment concepts against which postcolonial theorists inveigh. The heterogeneities and incommensurabilities of History 2 pale in comparison. There is no necessary antagonism between History 1 and History 2. If it is not the function of History 2 to interrupt or derail capital's reproduction, then there is no reason for capital to subjugate or destroy History 2, as Chakrabarty insists it must do. There is no necessary antagonism between History 1 and History 2. I have suggested that we should disaggregate History 2 into two subcategories: History 21, which is independent of capital and does not clash with it in any way, and History 22, which is independent of capital and does clash with it. It should be evident that there is no question of any antagonism between History 1 and History 21. If there is any conflict at all, it is with History 22. So, at best, we can only allow that History 1 might have to destroy or subordinate elements of History 22. But this gives only limited succor to Chakrabarty's argument, because, crucially, we have no idea how extensive or powerful are the practices associated with History 22, compared with those of History 21. It could be that the vast majority of social practices in History 2 are in fact located in the 21 group, which is neutral toward History 1. Indeed, this latter possibility would seem the more likely. Consider the implications if most practices that are independent of capital's rules are also inimical to its reproduction, in other words, that they belong to History 22. If this were the case, then capital would have to transform entire cultures as a precondition to its stable reproduction. On the other hand, if it were the case that most components of History 2 belong to History 21, which is neutral toward capital, then the cultural preconditions for capitalism's stable reproduction would be far less demanding. It would now require the transformation of a far smaller set of practices, meaning that capitalism would face fewer cultural obstacles to its implantation in the far reaches of the globe. Surely, if we look back at the experience of the 20th century, in which capitalism has spread to every corner of the world despite the enormous diversity of cultures, it is the second proposition that seems the more plausible. This is not to deny that globalization has brought with it some deep and lasting cultural changes. But it has not homogenized the cultural landscape. This suggests that capital can subsist, even flourish, without having to revolutionize entire cultures. Point 48. The absence of antagonism between History 1 and History 2 is best illustrated through a consideration, once again, of abstract labor. We have already broached this issue in Chapter 6, where I examined Lisa Lowe's mistaken view that the persistence of racial and cultural hierarchies in the labor force counted against the concept of abstract labor. I took up the issue because it exemplified the post-colonialist suspiciousness toward abstract categories, and showed the mistakes that bedevil their analysis. Let us now turn to how Chakrabarty mobilizes the concept of abstract labor to prove his particular arguments, and I will show that, as with Lowe, his analysis is based on subtle but fundamental misconceptions about the concept. Chakrabarty uses the example of abstract labor to illustrate his claim that History 1 must subjugate or destroy History 2.49. He invites us to consider the example of a laborer who shows up at the factory gates at 8 a.m., ready to put in a full day's work. In his capacity as a worker, as a person willing to sell his labor power for a wage, he embodies all the abstract categories of political economy. As he walks through the factory gates, he becomes part of the universal history of capital, hence a part of History 1. Chakrabarty observes that inasmuch as the worker comes prepared to offer his laboring activity, everything I have said about abstract labor will apply to him or her. 50. But the worker is also a concrete person, steeped in his local culture and norms and shaped by his biographical peculiarities, none of which are part of History 1. This, Chakrabarty says, places some parts of his past experiences, and some of his current proclivities, in the category of History 2. While walking through the factory gate, however, my fictional person also embodies other kinds of pasts. These pasts, grouped together in my analysis of History 2, may be under the institutional domination of the logic of capital and exist in proximate relationship to it, but they do not belong to the life process of capital. They enable the human bearer of labor power to enact other ways of being in the world other than, that is, being the bearer of labor power. Point 51. So the worker embodies both kinds of possibilities within his own person. On the one hand, he is capable of being the abstract laborer, the repository of labor power that capital seeks in order to sustain the accumulation process. On the other hand, the worker also reflects the particularities of the local culture, which were not molded by capital and which reflect ways of being that do not conform to its functional requirements. This, Chakrabarty declares, represents a fundamental threat to capital, and it responds to the threat by trying to destroy history too. The site where capital carries out its assault on history too is the labor process. The disciplinary process in the factory is in part meant to accomplish the subjugation/destruction of history too. Capital, Marx's abstract category, says to the laborer, I want you to be reduced to sheer living labor, muscular energy plus consciousness for the 8 hours for which I have bought your capacity to labor. I want to effect a separation between your personality and your will. 52. Chakrabarty is building here on his analysis of abstract labor, which precedes this discussion of the labor process. Point 53 For him, capital creates abstract labor in the labor process by imposing work discipline on the laborers. What the capitalist acquires as the worker enters the factory gate is not abstract labor, but what Chakrabarty calls real labor. 54 The challenge for management is to turn this real, concrete labor into abstract labor. This transformation is what the labor process is meant to accomplish, through the imposition of factory discipline. Point 55 The disciplinary process is geared toward reducing the worker to sheer living energy, pure muscular activity, an appendage to the machine. In so doing, it erases his history, all the local norms and conventions that have produced him as a concrete person, the personal and collective histories you embody, so that he conforms to the needs of his employer. The motivation behind this assault on the worker comes from the threat posed by history too. Notice that in the passages I have quoted, Chakrabarty locates the threat of the worker's non-compliance in those dimensions of his past that are located in history too. It is history too that generates ways of being in the world other than being the bearer of labor power. Hence, in order to establish its authority over the laborer, capital must turn him into the bearer of labor power, pure and simple. It does this by destroying history too. This entire line of reasoning, however, rests on a basic misconception about what capital seeks. Chakrabarty treats capitalists' desire to mold their workers into sheer living labor as the main object of the labor process. But this is erroneous. While managers do design the organization of work in a way that enables them to dominate labor, this is a secondary aim, put to the service of another, more fundamental desideratum. Recall the core of my argument in Chapter 6, what managers pursue when they hire labor is, in the first instance, the extraction of work effort at benchmark levels of intensity. This is what we might call the first-order commitment of every capitalist. All of their shop floor strategies toward labor, upon which Chakrabarty focuses, are derived in pursuit of this basic goal, and are therefore to be regarded as second-order goals. The degree and kind of authority that are wielded in the labor process are thus useful only because they serve the purpose of extracting the needed level of work effort. This being the case, we are compelled to ask whether the pursuit of socially necessary labor requires that managers try to eliminate all of the laborer's history too. Does it demand that the worker lose all connection with the personal and collective history that shaped him? This would be the only justification for treating the labor process as if it were fundamentally geared toward these ends. It would have to be the case that, in order to secure the socially necessary labor effort, managers would have no choice but to obliterate every trace of each worker's particular normative universe. But it should be quite obvious that extracting the needed labor effort requires the subjugation of only those aspects of the worker's culture that inhibit his ability or his willingness to work as needed. Moreover, these recalcitrant elements of his culture will comprise only a part of the total. The only grounds on which we could accept Chakrabarty's argument that capital requires an all-out assault on history too as a whole would be if we presume that every component of local culture that deviates from the direct needs of capital is thereby, and necessarily, inimical to capitalist reproduction. Simply stating this premise reveals it as utterly bizarre. A far more reasonable argument is that managers will initiate measures to subjugate or destroy elements of history too only in those instances where they do conflict with the extraction of socially necessary labor power. But, in those instances where the elements are neutral to the labor effort, managers will simply be indifferent to them. In other words, Capital simply does not care about workers' local culture as long as it does not interfere with the accumulation process. Managers' attitude toward the manifold elements in history too will therefore be indifference, not hostility, as long as they are able to acquire the labor effort they seek. As long as capitalists are able to transform this particular dimension of the workers' culture, they are content to let the other dimensions persist in all their glory. Indeed, management may even patronize these other dimensions if they feel this will help inure workers to their authority. It has been a staple of human resource management for some time now to pay homage to local cultures as a way of reducing friction on the shop floor. Business schools often encourage and offer training in multiculturalism, not as a sign of resignation against the proud resistance of history too, but as a savvy realization that the valorization of the neutral dimensions of local culture can help in the domestication of the problematic ones. Some of the more insidious mutations of this strategy were described in Chapter 6, where I discussed the possibility of managerial promotion of sectarian identities as a means of disciplining labor. If it is true that capitalists can securely extract the socially necessary effort from labor without having to wipe out history too, then we have established, once again, that there is no necessary antagonism between History 1 and History 2. We have also seen that such antagonism as can be expected will encompass only a subset of the worker's practical culture. A significant array of his practical orientations will be of little consequence to managers, and hence to capital. History 1 is therefore perfectly happy to coexist with many elements of History 2. This conclusion is entirely consistent with my earlier analysis of abstract labor in Chapter 6. I argued there that employers' pursuit of abstract labor should not be understood as a desire to render all labor the same. Abstract labor is not a distinct kind of labor. It refers to only one dimension of workers' productive activity, which is their ability to labor at the socially necessary level of efficiency. Capitalists try only to bring that dimension of their workers' activity into line with that achieved by their rivals. However, in striving to homogenize this dimension of labor, they may well deepen the heterogeneity in other dimensions, such as race, caste, culture, or gender. Lisa Lowe and David Roediger make the error of equating the homogenization of one dimension of labor with the homogenization of labor tout court. It should now be evident that Chakrabarty is making the same mistake. For him, as for Roediger and Lowe, the pursuit of abstract labor can be understood only as its homogenization. In his insistence that capital must eradicate all history twos, he is asserting that capital will not tolerate in its workers any vestige of local customs, practices, or expectations that do not conform to its functional requirements. Either capital homogenizes labor's practical orientation, making every worker a mere assemblage of nerves and muscle, or the universalizing process must be deemed a failure. The preceding discussion demonstrates that he is as mistaken in his view as are Lowe and Roediger. A final point, because of his mistaken view that it is by history too that the universalizing drive of capitalism is disrupted, Chakrabarty assigns a moral and political urgency to its study. If Enlightenment theorists efface historical difference because of their obsession with History 1, then a central task for critical historians is to defend the reality of difference by attending to the practices embodied in History 2 to treat them as instances of resistance to capital, not as relics or anachronisms. Now, the preceding sections should suffice to show that the idea of History 2's being special sites of resistance to capital is baseless. What, then, should be said of the celebration of what Chakrabarty calls, at various points, the East's heterogeneities, heterotemporalities, incommensurabilities, incommensurable temporalities, and so forth? Once the theoretical heavy breathing is allowed to slow, what it amounts to is just what it seems to be a license for exoticism. Once we recognize that History 2 neither destabilizes capital's universalization nor poses any threat to its reproduction, then there is nothing to justify subalternist historians' seemingly endless fascination with religion, ritual, spirits, indigeneity, and so on. We are free to criticize it for what it seems to be a revival and celebration of Orientalist discourse. 9.5 Historicism as a non-problem. Let us turn now to the problem of historicism. Chakrabarty's conceptualization of historicism, as we have seen, depends entirely on his prior theorization of the two histories. And, as just discussed, even though the basic distinction between the History 1 and History 2 can be justified, none of the consequences that Chakrabarty wishes to derive from them can withstand scrutiny. If this is so, it carries some rather severe implications for his critique of historicism. Recall that Chakrabarty highlights two assumptions as being central to historicist analyses. One is that they tend to attribute an unwarranted coherence to social complexes, making their various elements seem functionally integrated. Social practices are assumed to fit into a single seamless whole, operating under the same logic and explicable by the same principles. Second, they treat history as if it were irrevocably driven toward a known future. For the future to be known is to assign to it a telos. It is the idea that even if we cannot predict the actual course of events in any given region, we can have a good idea of the basic principles that will govern its institutional development. Chakrabarty accuses historicists of embracing these fallacies because of their valorization of History 1 and their corresponding demotion of History 2. Both orientations lead to the same basic problem: they make it impossible to appreciate difference. Where practices fail to align with capital, and cannot therefore be explained by its properties, it is simply assumed that if we just wait long enough these practices will either disappear or be brought into conformity with capital's rules. He charges his target with the assumption that historical difference is taken as an aberration, a conceptual non-problem, for every instance of it must be temporary. It is of course regrettable if theorists hew to a thick-headed functionalism about social wholes, and equally deplorable if they refuse to acknowledge historical diversity. The point is not to defend these mistakes, nor to deny that they exist. The issue here is whether theorists who affirm the universalization of capital are bound and committed to such views and, by extension, whether Enlightenment theories necessarily generate them. Let us start with the problem of social coherence. Based on my earlier arguments, we can glean two flaws in Chakrabarty's criticism. First, a theory that affirms capitalism's universalization does not have to assume that capital will subordinate the entirety of social practices to its own logic. Such a theory, Marxism, for instance, can perfectly well recognize the enduring independence of all sorts of practices and institutions, as was established earlier in the present chapter, where I argued that capitalists have no interest in subordinating all practices to the logic of accumulation. If indeed they have no such interest, then they can continue to reproduce themselves as capitalists on whatever resources are available to them. There is ample elbow room for History 2 to persist, and for a happy coexistence between it and History 1. This means, in turn, that the social whole, the ensemble of social relations in any geographic region, need not be subsumed under one particular set of rules. The various practices that comprise the whole can be governed by very dissimilar internal logics, even as capital universalizes. The most we can say is that practices necessary to capital's reproduction will fall under its sway. Many of them will internalize its rules of reproduction. But there will continue to be practices that retain their integrity, and also remain stable. Hence, theories affirming capital's universalizing drive do not have to efface historical diversity. Second, it is simply not the case that post-Enlightenment theories' emphasis on universals blinds them to the possibility of discontinuities, ruptures, and shifts in the historical process, as Chakrabarty puts it. Point 56, as just discussed, the possibility of discontinuities and ruptures in capital's reproduction, as well as departures from its logic, was central to the Marxist framework, as also to several other theories in classical and modern political economy. Chakrabarty is in fact doubly mistaken, both in his view that Western theories cannot apprehend the discontinuities and ruptures in historical development, and in his belief that the main source of these ruptures is History 2. As shown above, the main source of instability and breakdown is not History 2 but rather the general, system-wide properties of capitalism itself, i.e., History 1. For Marxists, always the main target of Chakrabarty's criticism, the friction from the constituent elements of capitalism is amplified by another source of disruption, namely, the subaltern classes' universal drive to defend themselves against domination. Marx thought that the general drive to exploit was necessarily countered by a general resistance to it on the part of workers. This, too, is an instance of systemic friction coming from within history. 1. Chakrabarty's insistence that the attention to universals occludes the appreciation of dislocation and disruption is therefore baseless. If anything, we can insist on the opposite. It is simply impossible to understand the sources of disruption to capitalism's reproductive logic except through the categories of history. 1. So much for the first consequence that Chakrabarty attributes to historicism. Now to the second, that it leads theorists to deny the place of historical contingency. Does the affirmation of capital's universalization impose some kind of determinism, or teleology, on historical development? Marxists often respond to accusations of determinism by denying it, by jumping onto the contingency bandwagon, especially in the current intellectual climate, where any whiff of determinism is often viewed as the grossest folly. But it is important to resist this temptation. The fact is that the universalization of capital does impose limits on agents' choices, and if it imposes limits on their choices, it must, by definition, also impose limits on possible futures. In other words, Chakrabarty is right that you cannot affirm the dominion of history one while also affirming that all futures are possible. So there is little doubt that the universalization of capital by virtue of the fact that it is the universalization of a specific set of social structures and roles does impart a degree of stability, and hence of determinism, to social outcomes. This is, to use Chakrabarty's language, a recognition that, once capitalism becomes dominant, at least some futures have been closed off. But should we take this as an unwarranted determinism? The only way it could be objectionable would be if it exaggerated the constraints imposed by capitalism. In other words, if capitalism really does close off some options, then Marxists can hardly be maligned for incorporating this into their theory. The only legitimate criticism would be if they are unduly deterministic. In other words, if their theory is more deterministic than reality. How exactly, then, do Marxists fall into the trap of determinism? Chakrabarty neither accuses them of predicting the actual course of future events nor suggests that, for Marxists, all capitalisms are headed for a narrow institutional convergence. Determinism of that kind would certainly be objectionable, but it is not what Chakrabarty identifies with Marxist historicism. What he identifies as the problem is their conviction that the future is a future of which we know at least the constitutive principles, even if we do not have a blueprint for it. 57. Note the contrast between the italicized concepts. It is quite clear what it would mean for there to be a blueprint for the future. Blueprints describe how the various elements of a whole fit together. They tell us what the elements are, their size, their shape, their interconnections. If we utilize this as a metaphor for historical knowledge, it suggests that if we have a blueprint for the future, we have the ability to enumerate the actual institutions that will comprise future society, their internal structure, mutual interrelations, relative weight, and so on. This would amount to being able to predict the actual design of a particular society. Chakrabarty agrees that Marxist historicism does not make any such claim. What Chakrabarty does identify as central to Marxist historicism, and finds objectionable, is its claim to have identified the constitutive principles that will define future development. As usual, though, Chakrabarty does not tell us what this expression is intended to convey. But the contrast with blueprints hints at what he has in mind. When we say that a process is governed by some principle, what we usually mean is that there is a set of rules in place whose function is to allow for certain kinds of properties while discouraging others. It is a selection mechanism. Therefore, even if we do not know the details of what is to come, we have an idea of certain formal properties that it will abide by, because these properties are what the rules select for. Now, if we carry this intuition over to the problem of historical development, it acquires a clear implication. It means that capitalism establishes a set of parameters that select in favor of certain sorts of institutions while selecting against others. Hence, If Marxists argue that the future is governed by certain constitutive principles, this amounts to the claim that future social institutions will be powerfully constrained by pressures linked to capitalism, pressures like capital accumulation, the social power of the bourgeoisie, the demands of wage labor, and so on. The principles do not select for particular persons or any particular institutional layout. They would not mandate that the future nation-states take the design of David Cameron's United Kingdom, or that cultural production become exactly what Hollywood produces, or that labor processes look like mid-20th century mass production. That would indeed amount to a blueprint. What they would impose is a set of parameters that social institutions would be constrained to respect. The main such parameter is that they not interfere with the accumulation of capital, and even that they encourage it. Social institutions could therefore be highly varied in their details, as long as they were consistent with the reproduction of capitalism. Marxists would predict that there will be pressure to commodify cultural production, but not to produce any particular product, pressure for states to favor capitalist interests, but not the interests of any particular capitalists, pressure for labor processes to conform to the demands of profitability, but not to hew to a particular model. Therein lies the difference between blueprints and principles. I believe we now have an idea of what it might mean to have knowledge of certain constitutive principles governing historical development. But would those principles be equally binding on all social institutions? Does capitalism impose its imprint on every social practice or convention? The answer is already implicit in what has been explored in this chapter, that, in fact, capital selectional pressures are not equally binding on all dimensions of social life. When capitalism takes root in a region, its transformative effects are felt, above all, in economic activities, while they are less powerful with respect to political and cultural practices. True, some aspects of the latter two will no doubt be pulled quite firmly into a supporting role for capitalist production. Legal norms will have to recognize and defend property, the state will have to encourage accumulation, and even some cultural norms will have to accommodate the profit drive if they do not do so already. But there will be large swaths of political and ideological conventions that will be left largely to their own devices. What this means, then, is that some practices will find capitalism's constitutive principles quite powerful, even binding. These will be the practices that are intimately connected to economic reproduction, the practices Chakrabarty files under History 1. But on other practices, more distant from material production, the pressures will impinge in varying degrees of intensity rather powerfully on certain ones, and on others not at all. This is what is entailed in the proposition that capitalism establishes the constitutive principles for historical development, and thereby closes off certain futures. If this is what it means for the future to abide by certain constitutive principles, then we are justified in asking, is it really so outrageous a claim? Does Chakrabarty really wish to deny that capitalism imposes limits on institutional variation? Does he think that all social practices are possible once capitalism takes hold? That it does not impose any limits on their diversity? That would be an odd position for someone who sees himself as a critic of capital. We know by this point, of course, that Chakrabarty's main worry is not about the existence of constraints per se, but with how tight they are taken to be. He seems to think that, for Marxists, the constraints are so binding that they lead to the subordination of all social practices to the logic of capital, and if this were what the Marxist position demanded, then his worries would be justified. But I have shown in some detail that the concern is a figment of Chakrabarty's imagination. Marxist arguments do not require that all social relations become subject to capitalism's logic. They certainly do require that some practices become directly subject to capitalism's rules, namely the practices that govern the production of goods and services. As for practices and institutions that are not intrinsically connected to economic production, the requirement is less binding. In most cases, the extent to which they will be sucked into capital's orbit cannot be prejudged. This is another way of saying that it will be a contingent outcome of social contestation. But then Marxists can readily believe that historical development will be guided by certain constitutive principles, while still allowing for indeterminacy in a wide array of social outcomes. So much for the second dimension of historicism. But if neither of the two dimensions poses a genuine threat, then nothing remains of Chakrabarty's argument. In other words, the problem of historicism vanishes. It is not that Chakrabarty's critique of historicism is flawed, rather, he has invented a problem where none exists. He deems it a live issue only because he first misunderstands the implications of his distinction between History 1 and History 2, and then, on the basis of that misunderstanding, attributes to post-Enlightenment theories views that they do not hold. He thinks that if a theory is committed to the possibility of capital's universalization, it cannot allow for the enduring presence of the myriad practices in History 2. This incapacity supposedly flows from the idea that History 1 will necessarily subsume every social relation under its logic. But Chakrabarty's entire argument is based on a flawed premise that for capital to universalize, it must subjugate/subordinate the independence of History 2, hence, every element of the social whole that does not conform to capital's logic. Once we reject this premise, the rest of the framework he builds in provincializing Europe simply collapses. Since universalization does not require the extinction of History 2, there is no necessary antagonism between the two histories. History 1 has no need to extinguish History 2. And since there is no antagonism, History 2 can happily persist, in all its multifarious glory, alongside History 1. Since History 2 can persist in this manner, there is no presumption that, if only we wait long enough, History 2 will just dissolve away or lose its independence. To be sure, practices internal to economic reproduction will be transformed along capitalist lines. This is where the waiting room metaphor is apt, and entirely defensible. But this transformation will not entail a corresponding erasure of all the elements in History 2. They will face no similar pressures to conform to a universalizing logic. Hence, the two histories can retain their own dynamic properties even while continuing to intersect now and again. Theories committed to the reality of capital's universalization do not, therefore, have to be blind to historical diversity. They can affirm the former, while also recognizing the viability of all the relations and practices that Chakrabarty groups under History 2. 9.6 Capitalism and Diversity Revisited. It is now time to draw together the argument about historical diversity and to show the multiple channels through which a universalizing capitalism generates a diversity of social forms. Readers should take away two main points from the discussion below. The first is that capitalism is not only compatible with social difference, but systematically produces it. The second is that, insofar as a great deal of what we take to be social difference is in fact causally related to capitalist reproduction, it follows that the analysis of that diversity must, of necessity, draw on the universalizing categories of post-Enlightenment theories. So, while the first point undermines the frequently encountered post-colonialist argument that capitalism homogenizes the social, the second belies the claim that universalizing theories cannot apprehend heterogeneity. Three sources of diversity in capitalism. We have engaged with the subalternist argument from diversity at several places in this book. It was central to Chapter 5, on the matter of power. It was the focus of Chapter 6 and its defense of abstract labor as a category, and of course, it was central to the discussion of historicism earlier in the present chapter. At all of these junctures, I have suggested both that capitalism can live with, and even generate, tremendous social heterogeneity, and that the abstract categories of Enlightenment thought can apprehend the connection between the two. Let me now bring together the arguments scattered across these 4 chapters and present them in consolidated form. The following are channels through which capitalism accommodates with, or generates, historical diversity. My list is by no means exhaustive, but I do believe these channels are the more important ones. First channel, reinforcing existing heterogeneity. We have already encountered this dynamic in the discussion of abstract labor. Point 58. Capitalism does not have to dissolve social differences in order to reproduce itself. In fact, it can be in the interest of managers to rely on social distinctions as they find them, in order to more effectively extract labor effort from their workers. A second mechanism through which it can reinforce existing divisions is by making it rational for workers to cling to their kith and kin, thereby further cementing their existing identities and reinforcing social heterogeneity. As we saw in our discussion of Chakrabarty's labor history. 59. Both processes are endemic to capitalist reproduction. The former reinforces divisions from above, the latter from below. Second channel, producing new heterogeneity. As we observed earlier, 60. The main sources of friction in capitalism's reproduction, as well as in its universalization, are elements internal to history. 1. One of the main consequences of the resulting instability is that capitalist development is markedly uneven across space and time. On the one hand, as capital moves from one region to another in the course of seeking out profits, it creates waves of destruction in certain places while fueling the creation of entirely new zones of accumulation elsewhere. But this movement occurs at different speeds across regions, as profits fall rapidly in some but more slowly in others. The differential speeds of capital's movement generate highly diverse rates of economic growth, which means in turn that some regions decline and decay, while others rise, all at very different tempos. These difference-producing dynamics are amplified by the contestation between labor and capital, also internal to history, one that necessarily accompany the accumulation process, both as it winds down in a given region and as it takes off. Thus, the diversity that comes from the unevenness of each cycle of accumulation, and from the rise and decline of economic regions, is heightened by the contingent effects of the capital-labor conflict. In some places, capital is able to impose its will with alacrity, while in others it is forced to accommodate labor's defense of its own well-being. Whatever the power balance happens to be in a given place, it produces its own institutional structure reflecting that balance. Thus, in post-war Europe, labor amassed enough power to build and sustain a powerful welfare state, trade unions, infrastructure, and so on, all of which in turn affected the pace of accumulation and the means of working-class reproduction. In the United States, on the other hand, a very different power balance between labor and capital led to a weaker social democracy, less powerful unions, highly privatized social provisions, and so on, producing a rather different set of accumulation strategies as well as quite distinct patterns of working-class reproduction. All this can be contrasted to the kinds of capitalism that were built up in the post-colonial world, with their own temporalities and their own accumulation patterns. And although all of these are variants within capitalism, they each exhibit their own temporal and spatial particularities. This is just another way of saying that capitalism promotes development, but that the development thus promoted is highly differentiated and uneven. Capitalism is anything but a purely homogenizing dynamic. Third channel, indifference to existing heterogeneity. The third source of heterogeneity is capitalism's capacity for coexistence with all manner of social practices, so long as they do not clash with its logic of reproduction. Much of the current chapter has been devoted to this view. Of the three channels just outlined, only one counts as being purely internal to history, one, the second channel, which concerns uneven development. The other two are either complete or partial cases of history one's coexistence with history two. If we consider the first of the three channels, whereby capitalism further promotes the inherited social diversity, this can certainly be accomplished through the destruction of history two or its subjugation to history one. But this need not be so. It is not necessary to assume that the practices reinforced by capitalism will become absorbed into its reproductive logic. They can be strengthened without becoming dependent on it. To give but one example, in certain colonial settings, employers relied on traditional ruling classes to supply them with labor and to maintain political order. They did so not by destroying the basis of local authority, but by strengthening it. This was an example of capital's further solidification of practices that it did not control, and that did not follow the same reproductive rules as it did itself. No doubt, certain aspects of traditional life were dramatically changed, as producers who had formerly been peasants were now forced to work for colonial firms as wage labor or indentured labor, but this transformation went hand in hand with the reinforcement of other traditional practices, which retained their own integrity. Hence, even while History 1 and History 2 interacted with each other, the former did not destroy the latter. What this example demonstrates is that when capitalism reinforces existing forms of social heterogeneity, it can do so without destroying the basis of their independent reproduction. It is an example of History 1 promoting History 2, the very opposite of what Chakrabarty predicts. Finally, of course, the third channel exemplifies the happy coexistence between the two histories. What it means for theory. What do these three channels imply for theory? To develop an analysis of cases in which the production of diversity is causally related to capitalism, it will most likely be necessary to employ the very framework that Chakrabarty denigrates. In other words, since the practices or social forms under scrutiny are causally linked to capitalism, their analysis will make reference to whichever properties of capitalism are implicated in their reproduction. These properties may be internal to History 1, as in cases that fall under the second channel, or they may be interlocked with History 1 through some network, as in the case of colonial labor recruitment in the discussion of the first channel. In these cases, social difference will be explained as a consequence of capitalism's universalizing drive, and will deploy the universalizing categories of post-Enlightenment thought. But in cases that embody the third channel, the universalizing categories of post-Enlightenment thought could well have no relevance to the practices in question. This is because the diversity being examined will be an instance of History 2 to which capitalism is largely indifferent. Remember that the myriad social practices to which we are referring here are the ones that retain their independence from the rules of capitalism. The explanations as to how and why they persist will, as a result, likely make no reference to capitalism. Unlike the first two channels, therefore, histories of these practices will not have to draw on the universalizing categories of capital. They might turn out to be driven by highly localized institutional dynamics, or be tied to other cultural practices, or be highly contingent outcomes of social conflict not connected to capital. Consequently, the main issue will not be whether or not they are products of capitalism, since they are not. It will be whether they are products of material social practices or are produced by dynamics internal to discourse or culture. In other words, what will be at stake is not the relevance of a Marxian framework, but rather the relevance of a materialist framework. This means there is no presumption that a universalizing capitalism must become the explanatory master key for every social phenomenon. It will be highly relevant for phenomena that are generated in channels 1 and 2, but not in channel 3. Where we find that a phenomenon falls into channel 3, it is not in any way corrosive to the universalizing claims of the theory, for it is entirely consistent with the latter that a large range of practices will fall outside the theory's scope. These phenomena will have their own explanations, and what these are cannot be prejudged. As I suggested in the preceding paragraph, there is not even a presumption that the explanation must be a materialist one, at least not with respect to the proximate cause. Chakrabarty is therefore quite wrong to maintain that practices that do not clearly fall in with prototypically modern ones must be a source of anxiety for universalizing theories. He holds that modern historical consciousness, that is to say, modes of thought influenced by historicism, feels a need to construct a single historical context for everything in order to explain it. 61 Everything must be seen either as a direct result of some universalizing principle or as a holdover, an anachronism, that will sooner or later disappear. But it should be clear by now that Chakrabarty is mistaken. It is entirely consistent to affirm capital's universalization and also to accept the potential viability of traditional practices. In some cases, they might be reproduced because of their connection to capitalism, as in the case of workers who hold to their communal identities, examined in chapters 6 and 8. In other cases, they will be independent of capital and have sources of their own, as with Chakrabarty's History 2. Even though both kinds of practices will be based on different foundations, in neither case must they be treated as anachronisms. A universalizing theory will be quite capable of accommodating these phenomena with its core commitments. 9.7 Conclusion. One of the central motivations of postcolonial studies is to analyze how the globalization of capital in the modern epoch has affected social dynamics in the East. A conventional view, promoted by Western theorists in the 19th century, was that as capitalism spread across the world, it subordinated an ever-expanding zone to its own principles, thereby exposing the populations within that zone to a common set of constraints and compulsions. The fact that these populations were now subjected to the same pressures, and often the same practices, was taken as grounds for placing them within a common analytical framework. This strategy was most famously deployed by Marx and his followers, but postcolonial theorists are correct in their surmise that its use extended far beyond the Marxists. The result was the creation of something like a global historiography of capitalism. As Chakrabarty observes, under its auspices, the story of regions as diverse as modern India or Japan or Egypt could fall under the same broad category of the history of capital. This is the view that Chakrabarty rejects in Provincializing Europe, on arguments that are, as I have shown in this chapter, built on a series of misconceptions. Once we correct for his foibles, it is revealed to be entirely legitimate to write a universal history of East and West, what Chakrabarty terms capitalist history. But this means nothing more than that in some of their practices, agents in Bombay, Nairobi, Detroit, and Cairo are all subjected to a common set of constraints. Thus, I have defended both the success of a universalizing process and the utility of certain universal categories that map onto that process. The foundation for my defense of capitalism's universalization is that it does not require the subordination of every social practice in order that it may occur. All it requires as a matter of necessity is a change in the specific social relations that govern economic reproduction. Of course, this involves a wide array of relations, many of which are not directly economic. But it also omits a vast array of practices. It is not that these more distal practices will be entirely unaffected by capitalist dynamics. They will feel some impact of the economic transformation, if only because of the central role of economic reproduction for agents at a micro level, and for society at a macro level. The changes in this sphere will therefore radiate outward, implicating other relations in many ways. The point is, the nature and weight of their impact, as well as the direction of change, cannot be prejudged once we have moved away from the core activities. It is therefore entirely reasonable to affirm what Chakrabarty denies, that once capitalism is in place, and so long as it remains in place, we know the constitutive principles that will govern social development. This is not a sign of an illicit determinism, it is a recognition of the real effects of certain social structures. Or, to put it differently, the theory is no more deterministic than reality. Chapter 10. The Nation Unmoored. Capitalism, as was argued in the preceding chapter, exerts powerful structural pressures on the character of social institutions. It is this very property that is questioned by Dipesh Chakrabarty when he accuses Marxists of claiming to know the constitutive principles of future institutions. 1. He sees any such claim as issuing from an unwarranted determinism that imposes an artificial closure on the infinitely malleable future. I argued that it is not only justified to see the future as constrained, but that it would be quite bizarre if it were not. If capitalism is real, and if it does actually limit the choices available to agents, then it simply follows that it also places limits on the range of institutions that will be compatible with it. In this chapter, we will examine another subalternist attempt to deny the limiting effects of capitalism, Chatterjee's theory of colonial nationalism, as framed in his Nationalist Thought and the Colonial World of 1986. 2. Chatterjee has gained notoriety for describing these nationalisms as a derivative discourse and ideology that purports to be critical of Western domination but is in fact unable to escape its grip. Anti-colonial nationalism 3 is burdened by the contradiction that even while it rejects the chief claims of colonial ideology, the ideology of rule, it does so while accepting the foundations on which the colonial masters maintain their dominance. It appears to reject Western domination but in fact closes off the possibility of escaping it. It is, in this respect, trapped within the framework it seeks to displace. Existing theories of nationalism cannot appreciate this aspect of anti-colonial nationalism, maintains Chatterjee, because they view it as a replication of the phenomenon as it appeared in the West. So, as with other issues we have examined in this book, a call goes out for a new theory, a new framework, an overturning of the existing canon. For Chatterjee, one of the signs that colonial nationalism is still prisoner to Western ideology is its adoption of a modernizing agenda for the nation-state. We will see that he regards the modernizing perspective to be a ruse, a part of the very same discourse that was used to justify Western domination. For nationalists such as Nehru to accept it is, Chatterjee insists, a sign that they have been unable to break free of colonial ideology. This presumes, of course, that the turn to modernization was not undertaken because of a recognition of real constraints imposed by global capitalism, that there really was a possibility of refusing to modernize, and yet still build a viable national political economy. It is to presume that capitalism does not in fact limit the range of choices available to national elites. Chatterjee's argument, in other words, is much the same as Chakrabarty's denial that we can know the constitutive principles of the future. I intend to show that Chatterjee's theory of nationalism fails in large measure because it denies the reality of capitalist constraints. It treats rational decisions as having been ideologically driven and, in so doing, vastly exaggerates the role of ideas and grossly undervalues the effects of actually existing structures. But that is not all. Chatterjee's theory is also a quite brazenly Orientalist depiction of the East-West divide. He does not merely present the turn to modernization as the product of Western indoctrination, but treats the deployment of reason, rational argument, objectivity, evidence as Western and hence as colonial. In his theory, any nationalist who relies upon reason, by which he means all those faculties I just listed, remains trapped within colonial discourse. Once again, we see rationality, logic, science, and objectivity as being internal to the West and alien to the East. Chatterjee's theory of nationalism is probably the most thoroughly Orientalist of all the arguments we have examined so far. 10.1 The two dimensions of anti-colonial nationalism. There are two distinct components to Chatterjee's theory of nationalism. One is a historical sociology of nationalist movements, the other an analysis of the movement's ideology. The distinctive part of his work is embedded in his take on the second component, nationalism's ideological content. As for the sociology of the nationalist movement, his is much the same as Guha's, but with the references to Gramsci more visibly on display. Chatterjee bases both components of his argument entirely on the Indian experience, but it is important to note that he intends for them to be valid across the colonial world. His is a general theory of nationalist ideology, an important point, because even while he insists on its general relevance, he presents no evidence to support this claim. There is not even a mention, let alone a discussion, of any other colonial experience. It is up to us, therefore, to weigh his claims against the actual experience of the rest of the world. The passive revolution. Chatterjee takes the nationalist movement to be an instance of what Gramsci called a passive revolution. Point 4 The basic elements of a passive revolution are best understood if contrasted with the classic bourgeois revolutions. Whereas in the classic bourgeois revolutions the capitalist class is understood to have launched a full-scale, frontal assault on the old order, this strategy is abandoned by its counterparts in later periods. In later periods, as evidenced in the revolutions of 1848 and in the Italian Risorgimento, the bourgeoisie draws back from directly attacking landed property. It does so because it lacks the social power to achieve leadership over the nation, to successfully speak for all the people, as Guha might have said. Because of its meager legitimacy, it cannot trust that the movement it is leading against the feudal order will confine its goals to the eradication of landed property, while leaving capitalist property intact. The bourgeoisie in this situation differs from the leaders of the classic revolutions, in that it fears unleashing popular energies against the ancien regime. Capitalists therefore opt for a more cautious approach, in which they gradually chisel away at the base of landed power over a longer period of time. The key to this is the capture of state power, since it is with the levers of this power that the bourgeoisie slowly achieves its transformation of the class structure. Chatterjee summarizes it thus. And situations where an emergent bourgeoisie lacks the social conditions for establishing complete hegemony over the new nation, it resorts to a passive revolution, by attempting a molecular transformation of the dominant classes into partners in a new historic bloc and only a partial appropriation of the popular masses, in order to first create a state as the necessary precondition to the establishment of capitalism as the dominant mode of production. 5. To achieve state power, the bourgeoisie must still undertake a mass mobilization, much as it did in the classic revolutions of 1648 and 1789. But this mobilization faces special challenges. It cannot just unleash popular anger against the ancien regime, for it does not trust its own abilities to set limits to the movement's ambitions. This is what it means to fail as a hegemonic class. Instead, therefore, it has to be a carefully modulated, contained mobilization, one that endows the leadership with real political leverage but is limited in its social and political goals. Chatterjee's claim is that the passive revolution is the general form of the transition from colonial to post-colonial rule in the 20th century. 6. His project is to explore the content of the ideology that facilitates the onset of this transition, the ideology of anti-colonial nationalism. But the content itself needs to fulfill certain basic functional requirements if it is to succeed in the dual ambition of the anti-colonial passive revolution, to push out the colonial power while preserving the power of domestic ruling classes. The ideology must be mobilizational, but also an instrument of control. It must successfully articulate some of the concerns of the popular classes, but also preclude those classes from achieving real power through genuine participation in the nation's political life. This is the challenge handed to anti-colonial nationalism in the 20th century. Its success as a discursive formation depends on its success in achieving both ends, mobilization and control. This argument is quite similar to the one proposed by Ranjit Guha about the nature of the bourgeois revolution in India. Recall that, for Guha, the Indian bourgeoisie resorted to a mobilizational strategy that reached out to the masses but refused to allow them real political initiative. It kept them within bounds acceptable to the domestic elites. Chatterjee's description of nationalist ideology essentially recapitulates the argument set forth by Guha in the first installment of Subaltern Studies, and which he later developed in Dominance Without Hegemony. For both authors, the limits of ideology as a mobilizing instrument flow directly from the constraints under which it emerges, the fact that it expresses the interests of a bourgeois class that has not, and cannot, achieve real hegemony over the movement that it leads. The conservatism of the ideology reflects the historic failure of the class it serves, the national bourgeoisie. Since we have already uncovered irreparable flaws in Guha's argument about anti-colonial nationalism, we are forced to ask whether these flaws also undermine Chatterjee's work. Actually, they do not. Guha's description of the nationalist movement in India was in fact perfectly sound, as was observed in Chapter 4. Where his argument fell apart was in its counterfactual claims that the Indian path to modernity deviated from a standard established by Western capitalists, and that therefore the Indian bourgeoisie failed as a modernizing agent. In fact, as I showed earlier, Indian capitalists did more or less exactly what their European counterparts had done, and the modernization that Guha associates with the latter, the integration of the two spheres, the rise of liberal democratic culture, was an achievement of the subaltern classes. Chatterjee's argument would fail if it rested on the counterfactual implicit in his analysis, the contrast between the active revolutions in England and France, and the passive revolution in the colonial world. But, unlike Guha, Chatterjee does not rest his argument on the counterfactual. He bases it on the descriptive component, on what the bourgeoisie actually did. And this is the part that is defensible. Chatterjee simply asks, given that the bourgeoisie did not have any inclination to frontally attack the landed classes, what sort of ideology would it construct as a mobilizing tool? This raises a second question, whether Chatterjee's analysis adds anything new to the existing analyses of colonial nationalism. What made Guha's analysis interesting was its counterfactual, but it was the very thing that sank his argument. Once we abandon the contrast with Europe, what remains is the anodyne and utterly conventional claim that the leadership of India's anti-colonial movement worked hard to maintain narrow limits on the movement's ambitions. Radical scholars have been pointing this out for decades. Point 7. Attaching a sophisticated label to a passive revolution adds little of substance. It is of course true that inasmuch as the movements were under bourgeois leadership, their ideology would respect at least some forms of property, their ideological universe would be a function of their political ambitions. And so if the nationalist leadership was committed to some form of elite compromise, it follows that the mobilizing ideology in this revolution would have to be functionally suited to these aims. Chatterjee's project to analyze the content of the ideology would certainly be of descriptive interest. It would tell us how the leadership concocted a discourse that suited its purposes. However, it would tell us little of theoretical interest. It would merely describe another instance in the succession of conservative nationalisms, which differs from the others only in details. The ideology of the passive revolution. Yet there is some novelty in Chatterjee's theory. He does not simply argue that nationalist ideology is politically committed to maintaining elite dominance. He makes a stronger, more controversial argument that nationalist ideology also ensures the continued subordination of the erstwhile colony to the West generally, even after independence. This, too, may sound familiar. In the post-war era, many radical intellectuals argued that formal independence had not delivered the goods to the erstwhile colonies, because they remained dominated by advanced countries through informal mechanisms of control. National independence, they claimed, just changed their status from colonies to neo-colonies. Chatterjee's argument might seem reminiscent of this line of criticism. But while there is a surface-level convergence between the two arguments, they are quite different. The argument from neocolonialism locates the source of domination in various means of economic and political manipulation by the advanced world, unequal exchange, profit repatriation by corporations, technological dependence, and so on. For Chatterjee, the mechanism of subordination is located at a more fundamental level. It is in the very intellectual framework to which nationalism adheres, the Enlightenment legacy of science, rationality, belief in progress, etc., which he assimilates under the rubric of reason. In short, nationalist ideology perpetuates the colony's subordination through its embrace of reason. And although Chatterjee's argument draws on the Indian experience, he does not mean it to be a history of Indian nationalism. It is, he insists, valid for the colonial world as a whole, a theory of anti-colonial nationalism writ large. Point 8. So, there are two dimensions to Chatterjee's analysis of anti-colonial nationalism. The first is his specification of the political character of the movement, that it takes the form of a passive revolution. The second is his argument about the mobilizing ideology of the movement. He advances the view that this ideology not only enables the domestic elite to maintain its power over subaltern classes by prioritizing elite interests over the interests of the poor, but also perpetuates the West's informal domination over the colony, even after decolonization, through its promotion of reason. It is this latter dimension of his analysis that gives it its distinctiveness, and it is to this part that we now turn. 10.2 Nationalism and the Cunning of Reason. Anti-colonial nationalism sets itself the goal of creating a national identity, even before the capture of state power. It must do so, because the leitmotif of the national movement is the anticipation of this power. As the mobilizing ideology for a movement committed to the building of a new nation-state, nationalism identifies itself as the expression of a new nation in the making. This nation may be defined along many dimensions: cultural, religious, linguistic, regional, but during the anti-colonial struggle, it must define itself above all through its rejection of colonial discourse. The most visible component of nationalist ideology, therefore, is its negation of colonial claims to superiority or to the legitimacy of colonial rule. All existing theories of colonial nationalism agree on this. But what they fail to note, Chatterjee insists, is that the supposed negation of colonial ideology by nationalists obscures their acceptance, at a more fundamental level, of certain core elements of colonial discourse. Thus, while nationalism rejects colonial claims to Western superiority, it nonetheless accepts the foundations on which their dominance is based. The problematic and the thematic. To establish the subordinate status of nationalist ideology, Chatterjee breaks it down into two dimensions. The first is its substantive claims about the world, its historical sociology, cultural analysis, political philosophy. Chatterjee refers to this dimension as nationalism's problematic. The second dimension is the deeper, meta-theoretical framework that is used both to generate the substantive claims and to defend them. This Chatterjee calls nationalism's thematic. He explains it thus. He wished to separate claims of an ideology, i.e. its identification of historical possibilities and practical or programmatic forms of its realization, from its justificatory structures, i.e. the nature of evidence it presents in support of these claims, the rules of inference it relies on to logically relate a statement of the evidence to a structure of arguments, the set of epistemological principles it uses to demonstrate the existence of its claims as historical possibilities, and finally, the set of ethical principles it appeals to in order to assert those claims are morally justified. The former part of a social ideology we will call its problematic and the latter its thematic. Point 9. To break free of colonial ideology, nationalism must reject both its problematic and its thematic. But this is where nationalism fails in its ambitions. Some nationalists claim to be overturning colonial claims to superiority, while in fact accepting the sociology or historiography utilized by the colonizer. Another possibility is that nationalists might overturn the sociology, but accept the underlying rules of inference or normative framework that colonizers use to justify the sociology. Of the two components of colonial discourse, Chatterjee contends, the underlying meta-theory is the more insidious in its functioning. Nationalists are quick to challenge the political ideology of colonial rule, because this is the component that is the most visible and easiest to challenge. But they are prone to overlook the thematic. This is important because the thematic imposes limits on the sociology or the political strategy that nationalism generates at the level of the problematic. Hence, if the thematic is left untouched, it has the effect of unduly narrowing the range of possibilities that nationalists explore when they think about the post-colony's future. They remain trapped within the parameters imposed by colonial discourse. Chatterjee observes that the very logical and theoretical structure of the thematic may influence the formulation of the problematic, constrain the identification of political possibilities, make some possibilities appear more desirable or feasible than others. Indeed, the thematic will tend to apply a closure on the range of possibilities, and many possibilities will be ignored and some not even recognized. Point 10. This, then, is the chief weakness of nationalist discourse. Even in its most developed form, wherein it repudiates the gamut of arguments used by the colonizer to defend his rule, it continues to rely upon the very forms of reasoning that Western powers imposed on the colonies. It remains derivative of colonial forms of thought. Chatterjee sums up his verdict thus: a different discourse, yet one that is dominated by another, that is my hypothesis about nationalist thought. 11. The modalities of nationalist discourse. The general problem of anti-colonial nationalism, its entrapment within the framework of colonial ideology despite its rejection of many of the latter's claims, is embodied most clearly in the thought of Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay. Bankim represents one of the three streams of anti-colonial thought examined by Chatterjee, the other two being represented by Gandhi and Nehru. Bankim rejects colonial claims to moral or cultural superiority. He concedes that Western culture has an advantage in scientific and technological pursuits, but he insists that, on the spiritual plane, it is the East that is superior. The best way forward for a national reawakening, he argues, is for the colonized world to embrace the domain in which it has the advantage, while conceding the realm of science to West. True modernity for the non-European nations would lie in combining the superior material qualities of Western cultures with the spiritual greatness of the East. 12. there is an obvious sense in which Bankim's is a very limited rejection of colonial ideology. Even while he calls for Indians to reject Western rule, he seems to accept much of the content of colonial ideology. First, he fails to question the colonial problematic. He accepts that there is an essential cultural gulf separating East from West, so that the former is the repository of spiritual enlightenment, while the latter is the natural home of rational, scientific thought. In other words, he accepts the basic Orientalist description of the East. 13 His innovation is to invest the distinction with a different moral valence than does the dominant power. Whereas colonial ideology impugns the spirituality of the Eastern mind as a sign of its backwardness, Bankim praises it as superior to Western culture. The bifurcation between the rational West and the spiritual East remains intact, with Bankim merely urging that Indians embrace the latter pole. While this shows a failure to break out of the dominant problematic, Chatterjee argues that Bankim's thought suffers from an even deeper complicity with colonial discourse. It pertains to the very form in which Bankim presents his views. This is the level of the thematic. Like his European rulers, Bankim offers his argument in logical, rational form, as objective facts, appealing to the scientific mindset of the modern westernized intellectual. Hence, the entire mode of reasoning in Bankim involves an attempt to objectify. The project is to achieve positive knowledge. When he contests the Europeans' disparaging characterization of Indian culture, it is always as another scientist with a superior command over the facts. He never questions the objectivity of the facts themselves or that they could be objectively represented. 14 Chatterjee concludes, Bankim's method, concepts, and modes of reasoning are completely contained within the forms of post-Enlightenment scientific thought. 15 The fact that colonial minds rely on rational argument, evidence and logic when making a case is meant to show that they are unable to escape the trap of Western domination. Bankim represents nationalism's moment of departure. For Chatterjee, the stage at which it is still in formation, still in its infancy. Its most mature form, the moment of arrival, is embodied in the thought of Jawaharlal Nehru, one of the progressive leaders of the Indian National Congress and India's first Prime Minister. Nehru differs from Bankim in that he rejects all essentialist characterizations of the East as spiritual, otherworldly, non-rational, and the like. He therefore also rejects the notion that the East has to concede to the West a permanent advantage in economic, scientific, or military affairs. For Nehru, Indian culture was no less capable of scientific, rational thought than was the West. The reason it had to undergo 2 centuries of subordination to England was conjunctural circumstance that England was the first country to industrialize, to build a superior military state, and to utilize these advantages in pursuit of geopolitical domination. Had India been allowed to follow its own course, it would have built upon its own scientific and economic abilities, to take its place in the global order. 16 But colonialism derailed India from what would have been its own path of modernization. Hence, unlike Bankim, Nehru cedes no ground to Europe on Indian culture's capacity for scientific endeavor. He rejects the essentialist bifurcation of East from West. If the problem with nationalists like Bankim is that they embed their criticism in a basically Orientalist sociology, then surely Nehru's approach should represent a heroic alternative. If nationalism's entrapment within colonial discourse stems from its implicit acceptance of Orientalism, then Nehru's emphatic rejection of the latter should present a way out of the quagmire. For Chatterjee, however, Nehru's escape from the colonial paradigm is only partial. This is because Nehru rejects only the first level of colonial discourse, its basic sociological framework. What he does not reject is the second level, its thematic, its fundamental mode of reasoning, the Enlightenment belief in rationality, logic, objectivity, and universal laws. On these matters, Nehru is no more able to extricate himself from the dominant discourse than is Bankim. Just as Bankim remains prisoner to reason, so too does Nehru. But in the latter's case, this belief in science leads to rather more serious consequences. Nehru's valorization of reason leads him to accept some of the actual values of the Enlightenment, part of its normative framework, of which Bankim was perhaps more skeptical. Chief among these is the importance given to economic modernization and scientific progress. Chatterjee describes the problem thus. Nationalism sought to demonstrate the falsity of the colonial claim that the backward peoples were culturally incapable of ruling themselves in the conditions of the modern world. Nationalism denied the alleged inferiority of the colonial people. It also asserted that a backward nation could modernize itself while retaining its cultural identity. It thus produced a discourse in which, even as it challenged the colonial claim to political domination, it accepted the very intellectual premises of modernity on which colonial domination was based. 17. Nehru represents nationalists' internalization of the modernization dogma. Chatterjee attributes this to his immersion in post-Enlightenment philosophies, which inculcate a deep faith in the virtues of reason, progress, science, and rationality. Not only does Nehru accept that these have an intrinsic value that they should be pursued by any culture worthy of the name, but he also accepts that they are the key to any nation's material welfare. Hence, he takes it as given that the post-colony must adopt a path of industrialization and scientific advancement, because this is what conforms with the iron laws of history. 18. The result is that Nehru is unable or unwilling to countenance any other futures for the post-colony. Notice that this is what Chatterjee takes to be the role of the colonial thematic. It imposes a closure on the range of possibilities that Nehru is able to consider. Nehru cannot bring himself to ask, why is it that non-European colonial countries have no historical alternative but to try to approximate the given attributes of modernity. 19. He simply takes it as a given that the attributes of modernity must be approximated, because history demands that it be so. It is not just that the colonial thematic prevents Nehru from considering alternative paths for India's development. Chatterjee suggests that by passively accepting modernization as an imperative and closing off other options, Nehru also ends up perpetuating the West's superiority. On this point, there is a deep and abiding ambiguity about Chatterjee's argument. It is not entirely clear whether he thinks that a modernizing stance leads to nationalists treating the West as if it were superior, that is to say, acting as if the West were on a higher moral/cognitive plane, or if it leads to India's actual subordination to the West. If the former, then the diagnosis would be that nationalism propagates a kind of internalized racism, a view that the East should slavishly follow the West. This would be a claim about nationalism's effects on Indians' identities. But if it is the latter, actual subordination, then it implies a further consequence, namely, that by closing off other political possibilities, nationalism in fact locks the East into a subordinate position in the global order. This would be an effect not just on Indians' self-perception but on their actual capacities relative to those in the West. Which of the two is more consistent with Chatterjee's view? There is no doubt that Chatterjee does see nationalism as perpetuating the idea of the West as superior, because of its acceptance of the modernizing drive. Nationalist thought, in agreeing to become modern, accepts the claim to universality of this modern framework of knowledge. Yet it also asserts the autonomous identity of a national culture. It thus simultaneously rejects and accepts the dominance, both epistemic and moral, of an alien culture. 20. Here Chatterjee seems to be saying that colonial discourse induces nationalists to treat Western culture as superior to its own. This invokes the image of an internalized racism. The West has produced the Enlightenment, with its modern framework of knowledge, as well as modern industry and science. In seeking to modernize, nationalists seek to pursue the same path as did the West before them. But this leads them also to attach great value to its culture and its modes of reasoning. Hence, insofar as the East's drive to modernize entails the acceptance of Enlightenment forms of reasoning and the validity of the modern frame of knowledge, it also generates the view that the West's practical reasoning is superior to its own. On this description, nationalists' commitment to modernization leads to them to treat the West as if it were more deserving of their respect than their own. But in fact Chatterjee holds to the stronger view, that nationalism's valorization of the modern perpetuates the East's actual and material subordination to the West. Let us revisit a passage quoted in an earlier paragraph, and continue here with what follows. How is it that non-European colonial countries have no historical alternative but to try to approximate the given attributes of modernity when that very process of approximation means their continued subjection under a world order which only sets their tasks for them and over which they have no control? It is not possible to pose this theoretical problem within the ambit of bourgeois rationalist thought, whether conservative or liberal. For to pose it is to place thought itself, including thought that is supposedly rational and scientific, within a discourse of power. It is to raise the possibility that it is not just military might or industrial strength, but thought itself, which can dominate and subjugate. Point 21. Chatterjee's point seems to be that once the colonial thematic is internalized, it locks the post-colony into a position of actual subordination to the West. It seals the West's dominance over the post-colony in the global order. But equally important, he clearly suggests that the intellectual failures of nationalism are every bit as important as military or economic factors in perpetuating this subordination. Hence his assertion that ideology can have the same effects as military or industrial factors in perpetuating domination. Chatterjee thus graduates here from the proposition that nationalism's intellectual failings promote a belief in the moral superiority of the West, to the more ambitious claim that these failings secure the West's actual dominance. Point 22. Elements of a critique. We now have some appreciation of the distinctiveness of Chatterjee's analysis. It is presented in a wrapping that is quite familiar to students of colonial history, particularly in its Indian variant. Nationalist ideology was radical in its tone, but conservative in its ambitions. It had to appeal to the masses in order to mobilize them against the colonial rulers, but it also had to contain their passions, lest they turn against the local propertied classes. This was the essence of the passive revolution, as Chatterjee understands it. This description of the nationalist movement is no different from the criticism that Marxists have been making for decades. If that were all there was to it, it would hardly merit attention. But inside this familiar wrapping is an added component, which is genuinely novel and deserves further scrutiny. It amounts to the claim that the real limits of nationalist thought rested not on its class affiliations, but in its internalization of Western discourse. Having extracted the novel elements of Chatterjee's theory, we can begin to assess it. Let us first ask whether nationalists really were in the grip of colonial discourse, in the form of either its problematic or its thematic. Chatterjee uses Bankim as an example of nationalists who were trapped in both, and Nehru as an exemplar of those unable to escape the thematic. I will not dispute the argument that Bankim's political and social analysis was Orientalist in substance. I agree that his characterization of the East as spiritually oriented, and the West as rational, is a simple internalization of colonial descriptions, even if he reverses their polarity. What I do dispute is Chatterjee's analysis of modernizing nationalism. For him, modernizers such as Nehru were, in their own way, through their acceptance of the Enlightenment thematic, ensnared within colonial categories. It was because of the limits imposed by this framework that they accepted a modernizing agenda. The colonial thematic promoted certain objectives: modern industry, scientific advancement, rational management, while it obscured the value of other, non-modernizing ones. By trapping nationalists in what Chatterjee calls the bourgeois rationalist modes of thinking, 23, the colonial thematic prevented a truly autonomous discourse from taking shape. This argument raises two questions. One concerns Chatterjee's explanation for why nationalists hewed to reason and modernizing strategy. He maintains that Nehru opted for modernization because he was trapped within colonial forms of reasoning. He believes that this failure to break out of received modes of thought was a result of ideological conditioning. For his argument to hold, he must show that Nehru's advocacy of this approach was caused by his internalization of the colonial thematic, not its prudential merits. In other words, Chatterjee has to contend with the possibility that there may have been good reasons to modernize, rooted in real-world constraints and compulsions. Whether this was so is an empirical question. We would need to assess the grounds on which Nehru made his choices, and determine if they have real merit. If they do, then the burden would shift to Chatterjee to explain why we should regard the choices as products of the colonial thematic. Why could we not take them instead to be choices appropriate to the circumstances? The second issue of interest is Chatterjee's prognosis of the likely effects of nationalism's discursive commitments. He suggests that nationalism's internalization of reason will consign the East to permanent domination by the West. We need to examine whether it is the case that a modernizing strategy, wrapped in the broader commitment to reason, has in fact tightened the screws on the post-colony's domination by advanced countries. Chatterjee offers no real argument as to why one must lead to the other. Nor does he ever really explain how colonial discourse cements the post-colony's subordinate status. The key seems to be that its content, the attributes of reason, are Western in origin. In the course of the present chapter, we will examine whether the historical record supports Chatterjee's contention to any real extent. Before proceeding, though, it seems worth underscoring how extravagantly Orientalist all this sounds. Why, one might ask, does reason have to be the provenance of the West? It is one thing to say that particular discoveries were made in Europe. It is also accurate to describe the West as more advanced in scientific achievements or in institution building. But in Chatterjee's usage, reason does not refer to current scientific practices or to the institutions that promote them. As we have seen, it refers to the very idea of rationality, objectivity, economic progress, and the like. Chatterjee uses the concept to refer to certain ways of thinking, which he then assigns to the West. The West is the domain of reason and rationality, while to the East such forms of cogitation are emblems of an alien culture. Even more, accepting their importance only assures the East's continuing subordination to the West. But why would this be true, unless the Eastern mind was irredeemably disadvantaged in the use of reason? Once again, a subalternist theorist is offering what appears to be a fantastically Orientalist description of the East-West divide, even as he claims to be criticizing that very discourse. We will not dwell on this, however. The reason to reject the argument is not that it is offensive, but that it is wrong. And I will now proceed to show just how wrong it is. 10.3 Nationalism and the Modernizing Imperative. Let us begin by addressing whether nationalist leaders adopted a modernizing agenda because they had internalized the Enlightenment ethos. Chatterjee thinks that political elites were under the grip of the colonial thematic, and that is why they embraced industrialization, scientific research, modern administrative techniques, and similar practices. But there is another possibility, which he never considers, that the reason they accepted modernization as an imperative was because it really was an imperative. In the modern epoch, where capitalism has begun to exert its influence on global affairs, state managers have compelling reasons to build a more productive and stable economic order. If this is so, we would predict that regardless of their biographical details, that is, whether or not they matured in a colonial setting, they would tend to view modernization as something of a compulsion. If we look to the historical record in the 20th century, it should be clear that this explanation for the turn to modernization in the global South is at least as plausible as Chatterjee's. In fact, this alternative explanation would seem preferable to Chatterjee's, as I am about to argue. In other words, even if Nehru had never been exposed to the colonial thematic, indeed, even if he had detested the idea of modernization, he would have had good reason to accept it anyway, which is why he and so many other leaders did so. 24. There are, I contend, two kinds of reasons that modernization was treated as something of an imperative by 20th century nationalists. One issued from the international forces impinging on nation-states in the modern era. These can be grouped as pressures from above. The other set of factors were more local, and were related to the exigencies of political mobilization, pressures from below. In most cases they operated together. But whether singly or in combination, they made it eminently rational for political elites to promote modernization. Pressures from above. Two distinct but related pressures can be grouped under this category: one military or geopolitical, the other economic. Both hit late developing countries especially hard. But it was not just newly independent nations that felt the pressure to modernize along these two dimensions. Even European nations, which never underwent colonial subjugation, felt compelled to adopt a similar agenda. Geopolitical pressure. For political elites, the agents who molded nationalist movements, the military dimension was probably the one they cared about most, since they were not directly involved in surplus extraction. Their main concern was political stability, against both domestic and international sources of disruption. On the international front, it was geopolitical rivalries, expressed most pointedly through military conflict, that demanded attention. Warfare had been a concern for all states through the late medieval and early modern era. But with the onset of the bourgeois epoch, there occurred two changes that brought about a sea change in the calculus of power. The first was a transformation in the sheer scale of resources needed to succeed in warfare. The important shifts had started early, in the non-capitalist zones, with the construction of absolutist states. Wielding armies and military equipment that dwarfed the size of the earlier generation of feudal kingdoms, Spanish and French absolutism set new benchmarks for the level of resources that states needed to muster in order to survive as viable political entities. 25 By the 18th century, concerted efforts at revenue generation and political centralization were underway across the European continent. 26 Yet while the pressures imparted by continental absolutisms were felt across the board, they were given even greater force by the rise of Great Britain. Unlike earlier powers, which squeezed ever greater resources from a creaky and arthritic agrarian base, British power grew out of an altogether new kind of foundation, a dynamic and self-expanding capitalist economy. England rose to preeminence by combining a centralized, fiscal military state, the inheritance of the Revolution of 1688, with the most rapidly expanding economy in world history. 27. England's rise changed the rules of the game for international relations. Until the French Revolution, states had measured their power in terms of population and geographic area, each of which was taken to be a direct measure of geopolitical leverage. 28 This was a calculus suited to political conflict in a pre-capitalist setting, where states had to generate revenue from a stagnant economic base, and growth in per capita income was either glacially slow or non-existent. In such a setting, the most common way to expand revenue was to expand the size of the exploitable population, and thus larger states could presume to be the more powerful ones. But with the rise of England, this changed. Now increases in revenue could come, not just from an expanding population or geographic area, but from increasing per capita income, brought about by epoch-making increases in labor productivity. Once the Revolution of 1688 reformed Britain's fiscal apparatus so that it could harness the income streaming forth from its dynamic economic base, it overturned the rules of the geopolitical game. 29 A small island country, which had been a geopolitical backwater through the 17th century, established itself as a preeminent global player by the end of the 7 Years' War, and the one of the two global superpowers by 1815. Along with Russia. 30 Political elites now understood that it was not enough just to expand their resource base, they would also have to transform it along capitalist lines. They had to modernize if they wanted their states to survive as viable political entities. For nationalist leaders, the external threat was no idle worry. It does not need repeating that their countries had been colonized. They knew, firsthand, the cost of military weakness or economic dependence. For the countries that had escaped outright colonization, military intimidation was a common experience. In the 19th century, England did not shy away from forcing its products into weaker nations through military or naval actions. 31 China, Japan, Egypt, Greece, Paraguay all felt the force of England's gunboat diplomacy. 32 In the 20th century, almost contemporaneous with the Indian nationalist movement, the Middle East was being sliced up by the great powers, their prize for defeating the Ottomans in World War I. 33 The arc of militarism culminated in the orgy of World War II, which began with Hitler's colonial drive to extend the Reich beyond its traditional borders and seize control of the Central European heartland. 34 And ended with another round of the great powers dividing up large swaths of the world, this time in Eastern Europe and East Asia. As claimants or aspirants to state power, nationalist leaders had to respect the vicissitudes of geopolitical conflict. What this meant in a capitalist world order was that they had to attend to resource generation from the domestic economy. They could not rely on the benefits of population or land mass alone, though of course these remained valuable assets. The main route to amassing power could be only through the fostering of a more productive and more dynamic economic base through modernizing domestic capitalists. The second pressure from above was more domestic in origin, the demands coming from local capitalists in late developing countries where industrialization had taken root. Even though no bourgeoisie, after 1789, was willing to launch a full-scale attack on the agrarian order, this did not prevent them from demanding that the state find ways of encouraging local industrial expansion. The reason was simple. Newly established firms in late developing countries faced the daunting task of having to compete against rivals from more advanced countries, which were much better placed. They had more experience, better technology, better infrastructure, credit facilities, sales networks, and so on. Capitalists in the late developing countries argued, correctly, that they would be unable to survive against their more advanced competitors unless their states set up protective barriers that restricted the entrance of goods produced by those more efficient foreign producers, a measure known as import substitution, and also developed domestic economic institutions that would rapidly enable domestic firms to effectively compete with their rivals in more advanced regions. These two demands quickly became the core elements of the development strategy for recent entrants into the global economy. Capitalism exerted pressure for the state to develop local economic and scientific capabilities to be a bourgeois state not only indirectly, through its defense of property rights, but more directly, by actively fostering more rapid accumulation. 35 This is another way of saying that political elites were compelled to undertake a modernizing mission. They were expected to develop domestic technology, so that firms would not have to rely on foreign know-how. They were asked to create new financial institutions, so that firms could raise money for the massive investments they had to make in order to match their foreign competitors. States had to build a rationally planned infrastructure, so that transportation and power bottlenecks would be removed. None of this would have been possible unless nationalist ideology accepted modernization as an outright imperative, to ensure that the effort was appropriate to the sheer magnitude of the task. The call from the bourgeoisie to modernize dovetailed neatly with the political elite's own interests. Not only did it add to their reasons for adopting such an agenda, but, more important, support from local capitalists gave state managers a political base within the domestic ruling class, which had the crucial effect of stabilizing the policy regime. Late developers adopted a modernizing strategy on the strength of an alliance between political elites and domestic capitalists. The reason this was important was that an industrializing agenda could, and sometimes did, encounter resistance from landed oligarchies, who saw the turn to industrialization as a threat to their own power, and indeed, they were correct in their surmise. No state could have simply overridden this resistance had it not secured support for itself from some substantial element within the ruling classes. 36. Pressures from below, the mass movement. The third source of pressure, though not as significant as the first two, did have to be accommodated to some extent. This was the pressure from popular sectors for some kind of attention to their material welfare. The main reason that elites had to take this factor into account was that nationalism, especially from the mid-19th century onward, had increasingly become a mass movement. This was the case as early as the revolutions of 1848, which had a patriotic, nationalist flavor in some regions, and was most certainly true from the 1880s onward, resoundingly so from the 1920s, as nationalism became reincarnated as anti-colonial mobilizations. No mobilization, on a mass scale, in conditions of dire poverty, could elicit sustained participation from the laboring classes if it failed to address their material deprivation. Eric Hobsbawm makes this point to great effect in his bravura analysis of modern nationalism, noting that as late as the closing decades of the 19th century, the reach of purely cultural nationalism did not extend much beyond the middle classes, whether in Europe or elsewhere. 37 Hence, he sourly concludes, the socialists of the period, who rarely used the word nationalism without the prefix petit bourgeois, knew what they were talking about. The battle lines of linguistic nationalism were manned by provincial journalists, school teachers, and aspiring subaltern officials. 38 Indeed, this summation aptly describes the early organizers of the Indian National Congress, as well as many other anti-colonial nationalist groups. 39. What turned these middle-class agitations into genuine movements was the entry of the workers and peasants, en masse. And this, in turn, was inconceivable until nationalists learned to incorporate subaltern material interests into the political agenda. It was only when they opened their program to the concerns of laboring classes that their movement acquired a genuine mass base. Again, Hobsbawm, the combination of national and social demands, on the whole, proved very much more effective as a mobilizer of independence than the pure appeal of nationalism, whose appeal was limited to the discontented lower middle classes. 40 Once nationalists incorporated these demands into their agenda, the drive for independence acquired two ingredients indispensable to making it work, not just as a movement, but as a social coalition that might sustain the post-colonial state: a much needed consensus within the highest reaches of the ruling circles, and a deep social base within popular groups. Subaltern interests were always just that, interests that occupied a subordinate place on the modernizing agenda. Elites did not view them as they did the pressures from above. Whereas the latter were seen as intrinsically desirable by the core members of the power bloc, political elites and capitalists, this was not true for the social agenda. Items on the social agenda were acceded to only because they were a necessary evil. They had to be included if the movement, and then the new post-colonial regime, was to secure a mass base for itself. So, whereas the policies called for by geopolitics and global competition were accorded first-order priority, those that reflected pressure from below were, at best, second order. On this, Ranjit Guha's complaints against the nationalist leadership, which we examined in Chapter 2, are on target. Leaders took on subaltern demands grudgingly, and in bad faith. But this does not erase the fact that the concerns did have to be accommodated to some extent, even if the accommodation fell short of the popular class's expectations. Now we come to the key point: there was simply no way to accommodate subaltern demands for improvements in their living standard, while keeping domestic capitalists on board, except through a modernizing agenda. If workers and peasants were calling for steady rises in their standard of living, and if these calls were to be incorporated into the policy regime, then the only way to do so, without hurting elite interests, was through a growing economy. Unless the social surplus continued to expand, increases in wages and salaries would eat into the component of national income that went to the ruling classes. The only way to marry rising welfare for working people to ruling class interests was by engineering steady economic growth. This therefore added a third reason for nationalists to adopt a modernizing agenda, in addition to the pressure coming from military conflict and economic competition. We now have an explanation for why nationalists chose to adopt a modernizing form of nationalism. They did so because the capitalist world economy imposed some powerful constraints on the national economies that comprised it. Political elites felt them directly, in the viability of their states, while capitalists felt them through the viability of their enterprises. And both components of the ruling bloc felt them through mass pressure for welfare improvement. This suggests that the reason nationalists took to modernization was not that they had passively accepted the Enlightenment worldview, but because it was a rational response to their circumstances. It may not have been the only possible response. There may even have been others, better suited to the conditions and more closely aligned with nationalist preferences. What made the modernizing response rational, however, was not that it was optimal but that it was adequate to the constraints. 41 It follows that whatever other path might have been chosen, whatever mix of policies was adopted, it, too, would have had to manage those pressures. The foregoing argument places an analytical burden on Chatterjee's shoulders. If he wishes to maintain that nationalists hewed to a modernizing agenda because they were trapped within the colonial thematic, that it was this discourse that made modernization attractive, then he has two routes available. He could deny that the constraints, as outlined above, existed. He would then need to show that market competition and geopolitics do not in fact impose pressure on states to develop their economies, to modernize. If no such pressures existed, then of course it becomes possible to present the turn to modernization as a misperception of reality, and hence the product of indoctrination. Chatterjee's other option is to accept that the constraints exist, that states are in fact pressured to adapt in some way to the rigors of capitalism. But if he accepts this, then the only means for showing that Nehru was blinded by modernizing discourse would be to show that it led him to ignore the possibility of other, non-modernizing models of governance that were not only available but would also have been capable of negotiating the pressures of the global system. Further, these models would have had to be free of Enlightenment modes of thinking unencumbered by reason. Chatterjee would now have to elucidate what such an alternative might have looked like, and make a plausible case for its viability, in the sense of being capable of dealing with the pressures of global capitalism. But if he fails to provide either of these arguments, a denial that post-colonies were constrained, or an affirmation that plausible non-modernizing alternatives existed, then his critique of modernizing nationalism loses its force. We would then be free to conclude that Nehru, and others like him, chose a modernizing path because it was a reasonable response to existing conditions. In the next section I examine whether Chatterjee provides the necessary arguments to make this case. I then take up the second claim he makes, that nationalists' embrace of a modernizing path had the perverse effect of simply locking the post-colony into its subordinate position in the global order. 10.4 The missing counterfactual. The most striking aspect of Chatterjee's argument is that he neither denies that the constraints of a capitalist world economy existed, nor provides any examples of alternative, non-modernizing models as means of negotiating those constraints. In other words, he provides neither argument needed to make his theory plausible. He simply castigates Nehru for falling prey to a modernizing discourse. His typical strategy is to argue by innuendo, hinting that Nehru was ignoring some very obvious alternatives, which, however, Chatterjee refuses to describe. Many of the passages he culls from Nehru's writings are ones in which Nehru offers real justifications for the desirability of a modernizing strategy. But Chatterjee passes over these in silence, because he does not appear to see any need to demonstrate that they are mistaken. For the most part, he is content simply to point to their Enlightenment credentials as proof of their wrongness. What this leaves us with is an assertion, with no support, that nationalism was a derivative discourse, trapped in a foreign ideology. For example, Nehru makes a case that if India is to industrialize along capitalist lines, policy makers will have to respect benchmark levels of productivity, encourage scientific research, foster managerial talent, and so on. He sees these measures as necessary because circumstances demand them. They are not derived from first principles, but from facts about the world. Consider the following passage, which Chatterjee quotes from Nehru's Discovery of India. In it, Nehru questions the idea that India can base its development path on cottage industry, as recommended by nationalists such as M.K. Gandhi. Nehru agrees that there is some space for handicrafts and small enterprise, but he suggests that they have to be ancillary to large-scale enterprises. This is not because he has a personal preference for big industry, it is because he thinks that in order to survive in world markets, Indian firms will have to respect minimum levels of size and scale. They will have to perform on a level comparable with that of their rivals in the West, or they will be swept aside in the competitive struggle. He concludes that policy makers can certainly encourage both forms of enterprise, large as well as small. However, he declares, one must be dominating and paramount, with the other complementary to it, fitting in where it can. The economy based on the latest technical achievements of the day must necessarily be the dominating one. If technology demands the big machine, as it does today in a large measure, then the big machine with all its implications must be accepted, the latest technique has to be followed, and to adhere to outworn and out-of-date methods of production, except as a temporary and stopgap measure, is to arrest growth and development. 42. Nehru's justification for a turn toward high-tech and large industry is clear. Large industry and sound technology must be promoted because small firms cannot effectively compete against them. He might be wrong here. Perhaps small firms using outmoded technology can in fact survive direct competition against state-of-the-art modern machinery. But even if Chatterjee thinks Nehru is wrong, the burden of proof is on Chatterjee to show that he is. If he cannot, then Nehru can justifiably claim that his argument stands. Indeed, he might plausibly argue that Chatterjee is the one in the grip of an ideology, since he refuses to assess Nehru's case on its merits, dismissing it instead on a priori grounds. It is therefore surprising to find that Chatterjee offers no argument that would incline us to question the case for modern industry. He simply attaches labels to Nehru's arguments. Scientific, rational, and Marxist are the ones he uses in this context, indicating that they fit into an Enlightenment worldview. He then moves on, with a wink and a nod, as if pedigree is proof enough of falsity. Point 43. Chatterjee's failure to consider the practical argument for modernization is especially surprising if considered in light of his discussion of Gandhian nationalism. Gandhi represents the third variant of nationalist discourse, after those by Bankim and Nehru. For Chatterjee, this variant stands out because it seems to rest thoroughly free of colonial discourse, both at the level of the problematic and of the thematic. Gandhi rejects the basic political sociology generated by colonial ideologues, which splits the world into a dynamic West and a static, otherworldly East. In this, he is much like Nehru. But unlike Nehru, he also rejects the modernizing ethos of post-Enlightenment thought, as well as the modernizing discourse of liberal and Marxist philosophies. Whereas Nehru is committed to rapid economic development based on large industry, mechanized agriculture, scientific management, and the like, Gandhi rejects the entire paradigm of modern growth. Point 44. In this respect he is, for Chatterjee, the more successful in escaping the colonial thematic. But Gandhi's success is more impressive yet. Not only does he reject the modernizing ethos as a framework for national development, he also rejects the modern framework of knowledge that Chatterjee sees as central to the colonial thematic. Point 45. His liberation is thereby effective not simply on the political, but also on the epistemic plane. Thus, when pressed to defend his political strategy, or moral theory, or historical sociology, Gandhi remains undeterred if the weight of evidence is not in his favor. In fact, observes Chatterjee, he does not feel it necessary to even attempt a historical demonstration of the possibilities he is trying to point out. Indeed, he objects that the historical mode of reasoning is quite unsuitable, indeed irrelevant, for his purpose. 46. So, unlike Nehru, he refuses to offer a defense of his recommendations by appealing to historical dynamics or constraints. He is skeptical of the knowledge claims made by science, even in the matter of natural laws. Point 47. Hence, he stands apart from other nationalists in that he not share their confidence in rationality and in the scientific mode of knowledge. 48. Chatterjee concludes, naturally, that Gandhi represents the variant of nationalist discourse that fully extricates itself from the dominant ideology. Gandhi is not operating at all within the problematic of nationalism. Is more striking, but equally clear, is that Gandhi does not even think within the thematic of nationalism. He seldom writes or speaks in terms of the conceptual frameworks or the modes of reasoning and inference adopted by the nationalists of his day, and quite emphatically rejects their rationalism, scientism, and historicism. Point 49. The choice of words is interesting here. In an earlier chapter, Chatterjee warns that intellectuals like Bankim should not be dismissed simply on the grounds that they were conservative, compared with other, more forward-looking leaders. Conservatives and progressives alike were prisoners of the rationalism, historicism, and scientism of the nationalist thematic. 50. Gandhi's genius is that, unlike the other nationalists, he is unencumbered by the Enlightenment thematic. As a result, he emphatically rejects their rationalism, scientism, and historicism. In passages 13 pages apart, Chatterjee uses the same three descriptors to highlight Bankim's ensnarement in, and Gandhi's singular liberation from, reason. We might thus expect that Chatterjee would endorse Gandhian nationalism as the authentic representative of anti-colonial discourse, as the framework that might free the post-colony of its subordinate status. But in fact he is highly critical, even dismissive, of Gandhi's model. Especially noteworthy are the grounds on which he dismisses it. By the final years of colonial rule, on the eve of independence, Gandhi had lost much of his leverage within the nationalist movement. He became relegated to the sidelines, a marginal, even tragic figure within the organization he helped bring to power. Nehru and other modernizing nationalists largely ignored his pleas for upholding peasant production, rural handicrafts, and village self-sufficiency, and his call for moral regeneration. He had fulfilled his function, brought the masses to the Indian National Congress, and it was now time to launch the project of building a bourgeois order. One might have expected, at this point, a rousing defense from Chatterjee of the Gandhian program, as the road not taken, the bellwether of an alternative development model. Instead, he joins in the dismissal of Gandhi. And he does so on the grounds that Gandhi's program was unable to cope with the realities of the day, both political and economic. In other words, Chatterjee rejects Gandhian nationalism because it ignores the material compulsions, the objective constraints of a modern capitalist political economy. 51. Chatterjee's dismissal of Gandhian nationalism suggests that he is at least willing to consider the relevance of material constraints. But when he comes to Nehru, this willingness evaporates. He neither denies that capitalism imposes real pressures on late developing political economies, nor lays out an alternative to Nehru's model. In other words, he presents Nehru's views as if they were purely an artifact of ideology, without even considering the possibility of their having been driven by prudential concerns, despite the fact that Nehru repeats, again and again, that his adoption of the modernizing agenda is driven by these very considerations, and despite the fact that Chatterjee produces quotes in which Nehru is making just this point. On top of that, Chatterjee dismisses the Gandhian model, the only possible alternative to the modernizing model, largely on the same grounds on which Nehru would have rejected it. This places an even heavier burden of proof on him, of which he appears entirely unaware, to demonstrate that modernizing nationalism was in fact an artifact of ideology. The fact that Chatterjee fails adequately to defend his argument does not necessarily mean it is indefensible. One way to salvage it is to see if there might have been strategies available to the post-colonies that could pass muster on the criteria Chatterjee lays down, that they be free of the scientism, historicism, and rationalism of colonial ideology. Hence, even if Chatterjee fails to support his own theory, perhaps we could save it by doing the work on his behalf. The problem with this mission, however, is that his criteria make it just about impossible to imagine what such a strategy might look like. This is not because there are no arguments out there for a non-modernizing model of governance for post-colonies. Over the course of the 20th century, there have been repeated attempts to defend various such models. 52. Nor is it that these models happen to be unviable, which they certainly are. The problem for Chatterjee is that if we accept his criteria, we are forced to reject the very idea of a strategy. Let me repeat, the reason we cannot generate a national strategy that would pass muster with Chatterjee's theory is that his position undermines even the possibility of a national strategy. For elites to adopt a strategy of development is, by definition, to envision a certain endpoint, a desired state of affairs in the future, and to then manipulate the available resources in such a fashion as to achieve that desired endpoint. The manipulation of resources, whether political, economic, cultural, or otherwise, cannot be undertaken except through a reliance on what Chatterjee calls reason, rational deliberation, neutral assessment of facts, objective knowledge, and so on. But this is precisely what Chatterjee proscribes on the grounds that it is a symptom of the Western, post-Enlightenment forms of reasoning at the core of the colonial thematic. Consequently, if the only permissible strategy is one that cannot rely on rules of logic, evidence, rational deliberation, and the like, all those forms of thought assimilated into reason, then it rules out not just this or that strategy, but the very possibility of strategy altogether. 53. Hence, even if we could hit upon a non-modernizing approach to dealing with the pressures of global capitalism, it is hard to fathom how Chatterjee could endorse it. For such an approach to be effectuated, national elites would have to judge its merits, think of ways to implement it, prioritize its various demands on national resources, and integrate it with existing institutions, all of which would require the very modes of thought that Chatterjee impugns as alien to the Eastern mind and as the essence of Western domination. We would be guilty of reproducing the colonial thematic. It is safe to conclude that Chatterjee's characterization of nationalism as a derivative discourse falls flat. Or more accurately, his portrayal of conservatives such as Bentham is partly correct, in that they did in fact reproduce Orientalist conceptions of the East in their doctrines. But he provides no reason for believing that modernizing nationalists, too, were trapped in colonial discourse. Or again, more accurately, they may have been trapped in it, but not along the lines he describes. He never shows, as he is obliged to, that the program advocated by nationalists such as Nehru was a product of ideology rather than a rational response to real constraints. If anything, his criticism of Gandhi's philosophy gives indirect support to the Nehruvian agenda, inasmuch as he rejects Gandhi on grounds similar to those invoked by Nehru himself. 10.5 Modernization as prison house. Chatterjee's main argument with regard to nationalism is that, even in its most advanced form, it continued to operate within the domain of colonial discourse. But there is also Chatterjee's second claim, about the effects likely to follow once nationalists succumb to the Enlightenment discourse. Recall that the main effect of nationalism's internalization of the colonial thematic is that it limits the range of possibilities that elites are willing to consider. The thematic screens out political and economic options that are actually available to the post-colony and that would improve its position. The options that nationalists do consider, therefore, are ones that fail to challenge Western dominance. This leads to the second part of his argument, that in adopting the modernizing framework, in trying to approximate the economic and scientific success of the West, nationalists merely ensure their continued subjection under a world order which only sets their tasks for them and over which they have no control. 54 Not only does Chatterjee believe that the pursuit of economic and scientific modernization is an effect of colonial ideology, he also holds that in adopting this path, nationalists consign their countries to continued subordination to the West. Is the effect of colonial nationalism, then, indeed to lock the post-colony into subordinate status? To the contrary, if we look at the empirical record we find no warrant for Chatterjee's claim. It is true that many countries in the global South have continued to remain subordinate to the West, even as they have tried to modernize. So it is certainly legitimate to maintain that a modernizing agenda does not guarantee economic or geopolitical improvement. It must be combined with other enabling conditions for it to generate success. But this merely tells us that, as a matter of normative orientation, the adoption of this agenda is not sufficient for the post-colony to advance. It does not overturn the view that even though the pursuit of modernization may not be sufficient, it is still necessary for the post-colony to improve the welfare of its inhabitants and to improve its position relative to the West. The fact is, in the era of decolonization, parts of the global South have dramatically improved their material conditions. And all these regions without exception have done so through a conscious, highly ambitious program of modernization. Indeed, the most successful cases, in Northeast Asia, have developed through a kind of hyper-modernizing orientation, a state-led, carefully planned, consciously directed strategy that has consistently promoted scientific research and technological advancement. It is hard to imagine a more dramatic exemplification of the very strategy that Chatterjee seems to proscribe, a strategy that, indeed, he would predict to be disastrous. Not only is it true that every country to have improved its lot has been a modernizer, it is also true that the only countries to have thus improved have been those that have taken on a modernizing path. That is to say, the only countries to have escaped from, or loosened, neocolonial domination have been those that embraced reason. This is a fact common across the class frontier. Hence, on one side of that divide we have Russia and China, which modernized on the basis of a centrally planned, command economy, and on the other side we have Korea, Taiwan, Chile, Argentina, and a handful of others, which did so by maintaining capitalist property relations. 55 The two groups differed enormously in their cultures and economic institutions, but were bound together on one particular axis. They embraced the very orientation that, to Chatterjee, would be anathema, and they produced results that, under the terms of Chatterjee's theory, can only appear anomalous. Hence, not only is Chatterjee unable to explain why nationalists adopted a modernizing agenda, but he also errs in his prediction of its effects. It is thus safe to conclude that they had good reason to move in that direction, and to the extent that they succeeded at all in escaping their domination in the world order, it was through modernization. To sum up our assessment of Chatterjee's theory of colonial nationalism, readers should first recall its two components: an argument about nationalism being a form of the passive revolution, and another argument about its being contained by colonial discourse. As has been demonstrated above, the second component cannot withstand scrutiny. There may have been many ways in which colonial rule distorted the agenda and the ambitions of nationalist movements, and indeed, I have endorsed Ranjit Guha's description of the Indian National Congress's failings in this regard. 56 But that argument is one that Marxists have made for decades, and is the least original of the subalternist collective's contributions. Whatever the convergence between nationalism and colonial ideology, it did not occur along the lines proposed by Chatterjee. He suggests that the adoption of a modernizing agenda was a consequence of nationalists' internalization of Western modes of thinking, and that this agenda in turn locked the post-colony into a subordinate position. As we have seen, however, there is no reason to believe either claim. Modernization was, as Nehru correctly perceived, an imperative that the post-colony had to respect. It was not the effect of a discourse. Further, modernization was not what made the post-colony subservient to the West, but rather its failure at modernization. Indeed, to the extent that any of the countries of the global South have escaped domination and improved their position, it has been by embracing the very agenda that Chatterjee warns against. Hence, his argument about the derivative character of nationalism fails to convince. All that is left standing is the least original part of his theory, the argument about passive revolution. 10.6 The disappearance of modernizing nationalism. In later years, Chatterjee modified the argument from nationalist thought and the colonial world, but not in a direction that enhanced its plausibility. The chief flaw in the 1986 incarnation was that it ignored the structural constraints that nationalists tried to negotiate, treating their preferences as pure effects of ideology. This made it impossible for Chatterjee to make sense of the most widespread form of colonial nationalism, the kind embodied by Jawaharlal Nehru. In his later writing, Chatterjee's treatment of the subject takes an interesting turn. Whereas in nationalist thought he described colonial nationalism as consisting of three distinct tendencies, each embodied respectively in the thought of Bankim, Gandhi, and Nehru, this complexity largely disappears by the time The Nation and Its Fragments was published. Now nationalism is whittled down to a single, simple essence, which becomes the centerpiece of Chatterjee's description. Chatterjee begins his later discussion by introducing an argument from Benedict Anderson, to the effect that colonial nationalists worked on a model of the nation that they borrowed from Western nationalisms. Anderson describes this as a modular concept of the nation-state, easily encapsulated and transportable from one setting to another. Chatterjee objects that this conception treats anti-colonial nationalists as passive imitators of Western models. If nationalisms in the rest of the world have to choose their imagined community from certain modular forms already made available to them by Europe and the Americas, he asks, what do they have left to imagine? 57 In other words, Anderson's theory ignores the specificity of colonial nationalisms by assimilating them into the broader model that originated in Europe. The most powerful as well as the most creative results of the nationalist imagination in Asia and Africa are posited not on an identity but rather on a difference with the modular forms, propagated by the modern West, writes Chatterjee. 58 Theorists like Anderson are unable to recognize the distinctiveness of colonial nationalism because they view it primarily through the prism of the state, as an ideology that develops in the pursuit of state power. It is seen as a political ideology, aimed at comprehending, and then mastering, the art of statecraft. This makes it another variant of the modernizing political discourse that the West created as it forged the modern nation-state. But to view colonial nationalism as a political ideology, Chatterjee argues, is a mistake. The essential elements of this discourse are forged long before it even contemplates the pursuit of power. It is worth quoting at some length the passage in which he presents his thesis. By my reading, anti-colonial nationalism creates its own domain of sovereignty within colonial society well before it ever begins its political battle with the imperial power. It does this by dividing the world of social institutions and practices into two domains, the material and the spiritual. The material is the domain of the outside, of the economy and of statecraft, of science and technology, a domain where the West had proved its superiority and the East had succumbed. In this domain, then, Western superiority had to be acknowledged and its accomplishments carefully studied and replicated. The spiritual, on the other hand, is an inner domain bearing the essential marks of cultural identity. The greater one's success in imitating Western skills in the material domain, therefore, the greater the need to preserve the distinctiveness of one's spiritual culture. This formula is, I think, a fundamental feature of anti-colonial nationalisms in Asia and Africa. 59. Chatterjee does not qualify this description in any way, as perhaps capturing some aspects of nationalism or as pertaining to one variant of it. He presents it as a description of nationalism tout court. The description itself is a familiar one, although he does not say so. It is a rendering of the conservative, Orientalist portrayal developed by Bankim in 19th-century Bengal. Recall that Bankim's argument accepted the West's superiority in scientific and economic knowledge while insisting on the East's greater depth in all matters spiritual. Chatterjee seems now to have distilled anti-colonial nationalism to this particular variant, which, in the earlier version, was just one of three, the most primitive, the moment of departure. Moreover, Chatterjee presents this newer version not simply as representative of the Indian experience but of anti-colonial nationalisms across Africa and Asia. It is now the model of 20th-century nationalisms in the colonial world. No evidence is produced to support this claim, nor is there any discussion of the actual experiences of other countries, or even of the thinking of their most prominent ideologues. Chatterjee simply asserts, as was the case in nationalist thought as well, that the theory is valid for the generality of anti-colonial nationalisms. There is no denying that some nationalists did draw up an inner and an outer domain, as Chatterjee describes them, and did assert the inviolability of the latter. But it is quite untenable to present this maneuver as representative of colonial nationalisms in the 20th century. As evidenced above, it is not even representative of Indian nationalism, because it omits the variant that, in the end, became the official ideology of the Indian state, the modernizing nationalism embodied in Nehru's thought. One can certainly make a case that, for all its secularism and westernization, the leadership of the Indian National Congress made far too many concessions to traditional religious leaders. They incorporated innumerable customary, and often illiberal, practices into the legal code, as concessions to religious communities. But this is an instance of modernizing nationalism accommodating to a conservative nationalism. In other words, it is a case where the dominant ideology incorporates into its universe elements of the subordinate one. It cannot be described as the conservative variant, of the kind embodied by Bankim, displacing the modernizing one. The nationalism that emerged out of the Indian independence struggle was still basically the Nehruvian form, however irresolute or compromising it might have been. And Chatterjee's description fails to capture its essential elements. If Chatterjee's more recent portrayal fits imperfectly with the Indian experience, it is even less plausible when we look at Asia, Africa, or the Middle East. It is hard to see the nationalism of, for instance, Sukarno, Nasser, Sun Yat-sen, the Arab Baath parties, Yasser Arafat, and Nelson Mandela as anything other than the bourgeois, modernizing variant to which Nehru ascribed. They all made compromises with traditional practices, to be sure. But it would be a stretch to describe them as setting up an inner and an outer domain, and valorizing the reproduction of the former. All of them proclaimed a commitment to modernization, both in the material domain and the spiritual one. Indeed, in many of these cases, the dominant nationalisms not only expressed a commitment to modernization but found themselves at loggerheads with conservative variants that fit Chatterjee's description. Nowhere was this more evident than in the Middle East, where Saudi Arabia led a decades-long campaign to undermine the secular, modernizing nationalism of Nasser and the Ba'ath parties, which it saw as a threat to its own rule. This campaign is inexplicable unless the reality of modernizing nationalism is appreciated, which is what Chatterjee's revised theory seems to preclude. But the theory is weakened still further if we move beyond the bourgeois nationalisms just described and consider the other variant that emerged in this era, the anti-capitalist nationalisms of the post-war decades. How can Chatterjee's definition accommodate the nationalism of Ho Chi Minh, or Samora Machel, or Mao Zedong, or Amilcar Cabral, or any of the anti-colonial movements inspired by socialism? How could these be described as having constructed an inner domain and an outer domain, as having declared the inviolability of the former and having built their ideology around it? The ideologies of all these nationalisms were committed to a thoroughgoing critique, even a rejection, of what Chatterjee subs into the inner domain. Indeed, they expressed a rather open disdain for the very idea of the spiritual. These nationalisms set the terms, not just for other anti-colonial movements of their time, but for progressive movements more generally, across the world. And yet, by Chatterjee's description, they either did not exist or do not count as nationalisms. In sum, I believe we are justified in proffering the following judgment: Chatterjee's new theory of nationalism cannot possibly work, since it is unable to accommodate the dominant trend in the anti-colonial ideologies of the 20th century, which was to reject the sanctity of the inner domain. What he presents as the defining characteristic of nationalism was but a single tendency within it, a subordinate one at that. 10.7 Conclusion. Part Chatterjee's view is that while nationalism promised to construct a distinct identity for the post-colony, and from that, to derive a path of independent development, it failed to do so. Even while nationalism strove to break free of colonial domination, the terms on which it undertook its mission ensured that while it might manage to throw off the formal apparatus of rule, it would not break free of Western domination. In order truly to break free, it would have had to reject colonialism's ideological apparatus, root and branch. Although it did succeed in jettisoning certain of colonialism's more superficial elements, nationalism remained wedded to some of its more subtle mechanisms of control. The key here was the commitment to reason, to the promotion of a scientific, rational worldview. It was this baseline prejudice that made nationalists accept a modernizing agenda for the post-colony, and so committed were they to reason that they never questioned the wisdom of such an agenda. They took it on because they viewed it as natural, even inevitable. It was the ticket to a nation's taking its place on the world stage. But their fidelity to this doctrine merely guaranteed the continued subordination of the post-colony to the West. It meant participating in a system of production and exchange they could not control, in a game they could not win. In short, it meant acceptance of their continued subjugation to an alien culture. Nationalism could not live up to its promise because it lacked the means to break out of the ideological parameters constructed by the colonizer. Its failure stemmed from its status as a derivative discourse. I hope I have shown in this chapter that this characterization of nationalism is a fantasy. There were excellent reasons for nationalists to accept the modernizing path to development. It was a rational response to the circumstances in which they found themselves as they tried to negotiate their nation's insertion into a global capitalist economy. Chatterjee's argument works only if we assume away all the pressures that capitalism imposes on the political economies of emerging nations, and his denial of this basic fact brings us back to the weakness that runs through the entirety of the subalternist enterprise, the tendency to obscure, or deny altogether, the properties of capitalism. As we have seen, Guha obscures the real history of the European bourgeoisie by turning them into liberal democrats. Chakrabarti pretends that interpersonal coercion is alien to capitalist power relations. Chakrabarti pretends that the existence of history too means that capitalism has not yet universalized, meaning that even the most advanced bourgeois economies cannot be considered capitalist. We can now add Chatterjee's theory of nationalism to this list. The only way his argument about nationalists' entrapment in colonial discourse can be taken seriously is if we pretend that capitalism does not exist. While Chatterjee evacuates capitalism from its proper place in a theory of nationalism, he substitutes for it an inflated assessment of the role of ideas. The turn to modernization is presented as an intellectual failure, the failure to break out of the colonial thematic. The clear implication is that, had they been more thorough in their rejection of colonial ideology, nationalists might have been able to consider models of nation building that were free of the modernizing urge. But what might this strategy have been? If, because of the blinders imposed by the colonial thematic, the nationalists miss seeing some model of development out there in the world, then surely we are entitled to a glimpse of its properties. Yet Chatterjee offers none. His argument relies on innuendo instead of evidence. I have suggested that this analytical strategy is not accidental. Chatterjee does not offer a strategy for the post-colony because he cannot. The moment he might do so, it would be easy to show that his strategy, too, was a prisoner to the colonial thematic, since it, too, would have to rely on reason in some way, shape, or form. At the very end of nationalist thought and the colonial world, Chatterjee seems to realize that his framework might be flawed. His argument suddenly takes a rather startling turn. Until this point, he has located the weakness of nationalist thought in its failure to reject reason. Now, however, he adds a crucial qualification: nationalism was flawed not because of its embrace of reason per se, but because it never challenged the legitimacy of the marriage between reason and capital. 60. The sentence appears on page 168, in a book 170 pages long. So, we are now to understand that the problem with nationalism was not that it was a prisoner to reason as such, but that it put reason at the service of capital. If this is what Chatterjee would have us believe, the implication is clear: Enlightenment theories, scientific rationality, objectivity, universalism, and so forth are not the true problem, so long as they are emancipated from the rule of capital. The flaw of nationalism, therefore, would be that it was bourgeois in character, not that it hewed to a Western sensibility. This sounds very much like a traditional Marxist critique of elite nationalism. Is this what Chatterjee was arguing all along? It seems unlikely. To begin with, this lone, isolated comment is outweighed by the numerous instances, scattered across his book, in which he inveighs against the Enlightenment tradition as a whole, not merely the bourgeois stream within it. He carefully levels his main criticism against the idea of modernization itself, never hinting that he intends to limit his argument to capitalist modernization. If it were capitalist modernization that Chatterjee wished to attack, this ought to have shown up in his actual criticisms of Bankim, Nehru, and Gandhi. But it figures not at all. Those criticisms are far more consistent with the view he announces at the outset of the book, and which he continues to reiterate until the final 2 pages, that the problem with nationalism was its acceptance of reason itself, not bourgeois reason. It would be difficult to impugn Nehru's advocacy of modern industry and science, which Chatterjee not only does, but puts at the heart of his argument, if we were worried only about his defense of capitalism. Even if Nehru had been a card-carrying communist, or any other kind of anti-capitalist of the day, he would still have advocated for modernization. But Chatterjee's criticism is directed centrally at Nehru's acceptance of the modernizing imperative, which he sees as a product of the colonial thematic, not as a sober appreciation of reality. If we turn to his views on Gandhi, here, too, it is difficult to see how Chatterjee could have been arguing against only bourgeois reason. If he wanted to emancipate reason from capital, then would he not have wanted to defend reason against its detractors? Yet his endorsement of Gandhi's philosophy is based explicitly on Gandhi's rejection of reason, not in its bourgeois form, but in any form. He praises Gandhi for being the only major figure in the nationalist movement to escape the prison house of colonial discourse, not because Gandhi extricates reason from capital, which of course he did not, but because he quite emphatically rejects their rationalism, scientism, and historicism. Chatterjee never takes up Gandhi's defense of the propertied classes, his ambivalence toward trade unions, his philosophy of trusteeship, or the like, all of which ought to figure prominently in an argument that purports to indict nationalism for its marriage of reason to capital. What do we make, then, of this last-minute overture to anti-capitalism? At the very least, we can say that it lacks conviction. 61 More cynically, we might surmise that Chatterjee is anticipating, and trying to deflect, the very sort of critique I have leveled here. But a throwaway reference to capital, inserted at the very end of a book-length argument, only ends up in tension with everything the author has said up to that point. To take it seriously would call for a drastic overhaul of his entire presentation of the dilemmas and pitfalls of colonial nationalism. Since there is no sign that Chatterjee is now casting aside everything he said previously, the reader's most reasonable reaction is to gently but firmly set aside his 11th-hour embrace of reason, and move on. Chatterjee's theory of nationalism embodies both of the failings I have attributed to the Subaltern Studies project, that it obscures, or denies altogether, capitalism's influence on the colonial world, and that it resurrects many of the most objectionable Orientalist myths about the East. One cannot but be impressed by the alacrity with which Chatterjee associates reason with the West and describes the embrace of rationality and science by nationalists as their submission to an alien culture. In many ways, nationalist thought and the colonial world announced the turn in subaltern studies away from its roots in cultural Marxism and toward the greener pastures of post-structuralist irrationalism. That fork in the road appeared more than 2 decades ago. The collective's most illustrious members have never looked back since. Chapter 11. Conclusion: Subaltern Studies as Ideology. Postcolonial theory is a diffuse and nebulous body of thought. I have focused on subaltern studies because it is acknowledged, both by its leading exponents and by commentators, as the most successful exemplar of postcolonial theorizing in historical and social analysis. My premise has been that if the theory has real value for social analysis in a domain beyond its home in literary theory, then this value should be apparent in the work of those historians most famously associated with it. Furthermore, and to its credit, the Subaltern Studies project has produced a body of work that is quite tightly wrapped around a shared set of assumptions and propositions. This makes it possible to engage subaltern studies somewhat systematically, unlike so much of the literature bearing the theory's imprimatur. Toward this end, in the opening chapter of this book I assimilated most of the project's core ideas into a set of 6 theses, which I examined in the succeeding chapters. These theses, it should be noted, are culled not just from my own reading of the subalternist oeuvre, but from the summary statement by Dipesh Chakrabarty, one of the collective's leading members. The 2 main virtues attributed to postcolonial theory are that it offers a new theory of global modernity especially pertaining to the non-West, and that it is the new face of radical critique. Often the theory is presented as the inheritor of the great radical traditions of the 20th century, but shorn of their analytical and critical infirmities. The obvious target here is Marxist theory. For more than 100 years, across the globe, it was the Marxist tradition that carried the banner of radical analysis. Its analytical categories formed the lingua franca of political analysis, and its anti-capitalism formed the core of radical critique. Postcolonial theory presents itself as Marxism's successor in both dimensions, the critical and the analytical. Its theoretical framework supposedly remedies the usual laundry list of ills attributed to Marxist theory: its determinism, teleology, Eurocentrism, reductionism, and so forth. In addition, its critical core supposedly aligns more closely with the aspirations of subaltern groups, particularly in the non-West. In all the best-known works produced by the Subaltern Studies Collective, even though the Enlightenment tradition as a whole is routinely impugned, it is Marxism that takes the brunt of the attack. Analytically, Perhaps the core thesis of postcolonial studies is that a deep structural chasm separates East and West, so much so that it undermines any framework claiming universal applicability. As one of its most prominent streams of theory, subaltern studies has become famous in large measure for its defense and elaboration of this thesis. It is the basis for the collective's indictment of Western theory as hidebound and parochial, blind to the specificities of postcolonial nations, and hence in need of drastic overhaul. In the preceding chapters, I have focused on three areas in which this divide supposedly obtains. The first has to do with the bourgeoisie in the East, the putative failure of which is taken as an expression of a deeper failure, that of capital's universalization. Second is the ostensible distinctiveness of power relations in the East, which, Chakrabarty claims, depart fundamentally from those generated by capitalism in the West. Third is the matter of Eastern political psychology, which, we are told, is unmoved by matters of individual interest. These are the East's dimensions of difference, and it is their purported uniqueness that motivates the call for a drastic rethinking of social theory. While my burden has been to show that the subalternist collective has failed to establish their case in any of these domains, I have chosen to complement my critical analysis with a positive account of how capital, power, and agency actually work. Four basic elements tie my alternative argument together. The first is that the universalization of capital is real, pace the claims of the subalternist collective. The colony's political dynamics did not attain a fundamentally different kind of modernity than did the Europeans. More precisely, their modernity may have been different, but not in the ways that postcolonial theory insists. Theirs is a modernity that, over time, became no less reflective of capitalist imperatives than the French or German. The second is that the universalizing drive of capital should not be assumed to homogenize power relations, or the social landscape more generally. In fact, capitalism is not only consistent with great heterogeneity and hierarchy, but systematically generates them. Capitalism is perfectly compatible with a highly diverse set of political and cultural formations. The third proposition is that the universalizing drive of capital comes up against some universal facts about human psychology, and these facts are what explain subaltern resistance to capital's drive to establish exclusionary political orders, to dominate them in the labor process, to rely on interpersonal coercion, and so on. The modern epoch is driven by the interaction between these two universalisms, not just the one. This overturns the subalternist insistence on the unique political consciousness of non-Western agents. Which brings us to the final point, that the universalizing categories of Enlightenment thought are perfectly capable of capturing the consequences of capital's universalization and the dynamics of political agency. Indeed, these categories are essential to their analysis. If these four propositions are true, it means that at least some of the European theories, Marxism in particular, need not be charged with Eurocentrism simply because they originated in the West. The dynamics that they place at the heart of their framework are in fact cross-cultural, common to East as well as West. Hence, Marxist theory may be wrong, but not because it is Eurocentric. These basic counterarguments have been advanced through a critical examination of the 6 theses central to the subalternist project, which I described in Chapter 1. The theses' multiple infirmities announce the failure of subaltern studies as substantive theory. But I have argued that the project also fails as a platform for social critique. Not only are the 6 theses mistaken, they are also deeply ideological. The irony of the project is that, while it presents itself as the new face of radical critique, as the leading edge of criticism in an age of global capitalism, its arguments resurrect key pillars of conservative ideology. In Chapter 1, I proposed that these apologetics could be assimilated into 2 broad kinds, the tendency to obscure or deny basic properties of capitalism, and the valorization of some profoundly Orientalist constructions of Eastern cultures. Let me now draw together our findings, which have been dispersed across the preceding chapters, so that we may better appreciate the ideological tenor of subaltern studies. 11.1 Obscuring Capitalism. Subaltern studies can be neither a theory of globalizing capitalism nor its critique, since it systematically misrepresents how capitalism works. We have seen instances of this tendency in virtually every chapter. Subalternists attribute to the bourgeoisie a democratic mission that it in fact rejected and fought against. The idea that modern democratic culture derives from the beneficence of capitalists is central to Ranjit Guha's work. We saw in Chapter 5 that Dipesh Chakrabarty, too, accepts this argument. Indeed, the premise runs through much of the subalternist literature. It is of course wholly mistaken. But it also has a multiplier effect. Many of the downstream mistakes of the subaltern studies framework can flow directly from this prior mistake. Two central errors are that the violence and authoritarianism of so many post-colonial countries can be traced to the fact that their capitalist classes failed to live up to the achievements of their European predecessors, and the argument that democratic consciousness within the working class requires the prior transformation of political culture by the bourgeoisie. Subaltern studies accepts a highly romanticized story about power relations in capitalism. By doing so, it obscures how power actually functions in capitalist societies. More important, subalternist theorists mistakenly urge that the forms of domination that obtain in post-colonial formations are not capitalist, and that they cannot therefore be analyzed through the categories developed by political economy. In this argument, coercion and violence within the employment relation are seen as departures from capitalism, whereas in fact they are, and have been, employers' preferred mode of power through most of capitalist history. Subaltern studies airbrushes out the violence out of modern capitalism. It underestimates capitalism's ability not only to tolerate heterogeneity difference but to actively promote it. Subalternist theorists, along with many of their fellow travelers in post-colonial studies, seem to assume that for capital to universalize, it must also homogenize. This simple notion is the foundation for the entire argument in Provincializing Europe, its critique of abstract labor, its analysis of History 1 and History 2, and of course its tortured analysis of historicism. It is also the basis on which they reject Marx's concept of abstract labor. Doubtless it is true that capitalism does dissolve many sorts of social differences. But it also sustains and generates difference. Both of these outcomes are perfectly consistent with capitalism. In their insistence that the index for capital's universalization is the extent of social homogenization, the subalternists end up denying capital's existence even in those areas where it has taken deep root, and pronounce as anomalous those outcomes which are a direct consequence of capitalist dynamics. It fails to recognize the pressures that capitalism exerts on national institutions, and hence overestimates the role of ideology. This is most clearly evident in Chatterjee's diagnosis of modernizing nationalism. Chatterjee explains the turn to modernization as a consequence of nationalism's internalization of Western ideology, not as a rational response to economic and geopolitical pressures. Thus, he simply denies what so many nationalist leaders saw as self-evident, that whatever else the post-colonial state did, it would have to find a way to develop the local productive forces. I showed in Chapter 10 that his argument falls flat. But just as important is that it also obscures real facts about the constraints that capitalism imposes on national political strategies. There are two important consequences of these errors. The first is rather straightforward. Post-colonial theory, as developed by subaltern studies, simply misdiagnoses the trajectory and internal dynamics of modernization not just in the East, though this is quite spectacularly the case, but also in the West. It fails to recognize the real dynamics that drive political change, misidentifies the relevant actors, attributes to them preferences or interests that they do not have, and refuses to recognize the constraints under which social actors make their choices. This is a rather dramatic failing for a theory that purports to supplant the reigning theories of social change. Flowing from this mistaken historical analysis is the second consequence. Because of their fascination with grand theory, subalternist theorists are not content simply to generate a historical sociology. They proceed to justify their sociology by generating a rather confused meta-theory about determinism, agency, abstraction, explanation, and the like. Thus, In order to justify his culturalism about jute workers' mobilizations, Chakrabarty spins a dubious theory about the role of needs in social agency, and because he mistakenly equates universalization with homogenization, he creates a category called historicism, thereby inventing a whole family of Enlightenment conceptual errors that do not in fact exist. The confusion is therefore not just about what happened in history, but also about how to think about what happened in history. In the process, capitalism turns into something quite mysterious within subalternist theorizing. Even though the word appears with numbing regularity in their analyses, it is shorn of its central causal properties. Their capitalism generates a bourgeoisie that bears little or no resemblance to the actual historical actor. It creates power relations that capture only a small subset of actual forms of domination wielded by capital. It lacks the abiding structural power that we have seen it actually exercise. It is attributed with a totalizing force so awesome that every known instance of capitalism must of necessity fall short of the concept which impels Chakrabarty to announce that the very idea of its universalization is a mistake. Naturally, if a theory cannot make basic sense of how capitalism works, then the very idea of its supplanting Marxist or other radical analyses cannot be taken seriously. Subaltern studies realizes at least tacitly that, much as in Marx's time, the central issue in our own time is still the juggernaut of global capitalism. This is probably why they cannot exorcise the word from their lexicon, even if it bears little resemblance to the concept as we know it. And it is what makes their failure all the more striking. In their hands, the most powerful social and structural force in the world becomes a wisp of smoke, something so ghostly that one becomes not quite sure it exists. 11.2 Resurrecting Orientalism. While subaltern studies fails in its analysis of capitalism, it also cannot be the leading edge of anti-colonial or anti-imperial critique, because it resurrects the worst instances of Orientalist mythology. Subaltern studies insists that Eastern agents operate with an entirely different political psychology than do Western agents. This is perhaps the oldest canard in the Orientalist worldview. It is not hard to fathom why it occupies pride of place among imperial ideologues. There is no more effective justification for denying people their rights and freedoms than the claim that those people simply do not value those freedoms, or that they are not motivated by their material needs in sum, that they do not deserve the same protections that we do because they do not think like us. One of the most enduring contributions of anti-colonial and anti-imperialist movements of the past century has been to reveal the ideological character of these notions, and yet, in the name of radical critique, these are the very claims that subaltern studies revives. We witnessed this most dramatically in chapters 7 and 8, which dealt with the political psychology of the laboring classes. It assigns science, rationality, objectivity, and similar attributes to the West, instead of regarding them as common to both cultures. This is the central argument in Parchaturji's analysis of colonial nationalism, but it lurks in much of Dipesh Chakrabarty's work as well. Hence the bizarre conclusion that for the East even to embark on a political strategy guided by reason is to consign itself to perpetual subordination. Its celebration of the local, the particular, whether as history too, or as the fragment, ends up justifying an exoticization of the East. This is most evident in the work of Dipesh Chakrabarty, subjected to critique in Chapter 10, who builds an entire social ontology in defense of the exotic. Notice that this flows directly from the mistaken understanding of capitalism. Because capitalism is wrongly taken to require complete homogenization, any departure from the homogenizing drive is seen as resistance to the abstract logic of capital. Any practice not reduced to the abstract logic of capital is thereby a resistance to capital. The minute examination of such practices can then be linked to emancipatory theory, and so, offsets the intrepid area specialist in search of the myriad particularities and incommensurabilities of his region, whether India, or Bolivia, or Turkmenistan. The more marginal, and the more mysterious, the better. The various practices are all construed as ways of being, or better yet, ways of knowing, that have escaped the totalizing grasp of capital, and hence presented as potential escape routes from it. Traditional Orientalism is thereby repackaged as resistance to capital. One could list other features of post-colonial theory that essentialize the East. The point of this discussion, however, is not so much to formulate an exhaustive list of such misdemeanors as it is to emphasize some of the more obvious instances. In light of the preceding findings, we can firmly reject any claim for the value of post-colonial theory as an analytical framework or as anti-imperial critique. Consider the description offered by Robert J. C. Young in his widely used text Post-Colonialism, an Historical Introduction, in which he assimilates post-colonial theorizing into the tradition of socialist and anti-colonial movements. He characterizes it as a form of critique that incorporates the legacy of the syncretistic traditions of Marxisms that developed outside the West in the course of anti-colonial struggles. It is a form of activist writing that looks back to the political commitment of anti-colonial liberation movements and draws its inspiration from them, while recognizing that they often operated under conditions very different from those that exist in the present. To underline his point, Young traces the lineage of post-colonial theory not just to Lenin and Rosa Luxemburg, but to Marx and Engels themselves. Moving forward, he draws a line that runs from the anti-colonial writings of Marx, through Lenin's draft theses on the national and colonial questions, to the revolutionary writings of Mao, Cabral, Nkrumah, and thence to Derrida and subaltern studies. The road from Marx leads straight to subaltern studies. By now it should be clear that Young's description is spectacularly mistaken. Certainly, a good case can be made for a connection between the anti-colonial writings of Cabral and Nkrumah, even those of Fanon, and the socialism of Lenin or Marx. Whatever the particularities of their thought, they were all deeply committed to the reality of capitalist universalization and to the basic humanity that binds together laboring classes in the East and West. All proclaimed fidelity to the Enlightenment project, to science, rationality, and universal emancipation. But we have just seen, in intricate detail, that subaltern studies and, by extension, post-colonial theory are either in tension with, or simply reject, these as nostrums. It is not that subalternist theorists disagree with given elements of the theory offered by anti-colonial socialism, it is that their theory is fundamentally at odds with it. For example, by Partchaturji's description, the socialism of all the leading anti-colonial theorists of the 20th century means that they were all prisoners of the colonial thematic. They could not be taken seriously as anti-colonial theorists until they rejected humanism and universal ethics, confidence in science, in rationality and objectivity, in other words, until they rejected their socialism. Given its irrationalism, its embrace of an Orientalist sociology, and its romanticization of capitalism, post-colonial theory has little or no connection to the theoretical lineage invoked by Robert Young. How could it, when that lineage is its favorite target of critique? 11.3 How to provincialize Europe. Obviously, my verdict on the merits of subaltern studies is not favorable. What, then, remains of the impulse to provincialize Europe? One reason post-colonial theory is so attractive to so many people in the academy is its hostility to Eurocentrism, and its related commitment to appreciate the specificity of the colonial experience. Readers might wonder if my critique and counterarguments amount to the view that there is in fact nothing specific about colonial capitalism or the political culture it generated. Nothing could be further from the truth. What is objectionable about post-colonial theory is not that it insists on provincializing Europe, but that, in the name of this project, it relentlessly promotes Eurocentrism, a portrayal of the West as the site of reason, rationality, secularism, democratic culture, and the like, and the East as an unchanging miasma of tradition, unreason, religiosity, and so on. Theirs is a world in which capitalism transforms the West but loses its nerve in the East, where materialist categories are therefore appropriate to the West but only an essentializing culturalism is workable for the East. It should be obvious that, in the name of displacing Eurocentrism, post-colonial theory ends up resurrecting it with a ferocious intensity. By way of an alternative, I would like to make only 2 points. The first is that the way to provincialize Europe is not by continually harping on some unbridgeable gap that separates East from West, but by showing that both parts of the globe are subject to the same basic forces and are therefore part of the same basic history. The forces I refer to are what I have called the two universalisms: the universal logic of capital and social agents' universal interest in their well-being, which impels them to resist capital's expansionary drive. These forces impinge on both East and West, even if they do so with different intensities and in different registers. This means that there is a universal history, in which East and West are both full-time participants. But while both East and West are part of the same history, and subject to the same forces, it does not follow that they lose their distinguishing characteristics. In Chapter 9 we saw that recognizing the reality of capital's universalization is perfectly consistent with an appreciation for the persistence of difference. It is unnecessary to rehearse those arguments here. But if we accept them, then we can also agree that a recognition of the two universalisms does not automatically generate a blindness to difference. Now the second point. The history of Marxian analysis in the 20th century is the history of doing just this: understanding the specificity of the East. There is probably no project to which Marxist theorists have devoted more energy and time since the first Russian Revolution of 1905 than to understand the peculiar effects of capitalist development in the non-West. Perhaps this seems shocking at first blush, especially in light of the unceasing claims from post-colonial theory to the contrary. The fact is, owing to the peculiar fate of socialist movements, namely, that they gained the most traction in the less developed parts of the world, Marxists were driven from the outset to train their lenses on the backwaters of global capital, every bit as much as on the developed West. If we draw up a list of the main theoretical innovations to come out of the Marxist tradition after Marx's death, we see that many of them are attempts to theorize capitalism in backward settings. In the first half of the century, there was Lenin's theory of imperialism and the weakest link, his analysis of agrarian class differentiation, Koskai's work on the agrarian question, Trotsky's theory of uneven and combined development, Mao's theory of new democracy, Gramsci's distinction between state legitimacy in Eastern and Western Europe. All of these were attempts to understand social reproduction in parts of the world where capitalism was not working in exactly the way Marx described it in Capital. In the years of the New Left, there came dependency theory, world systems theory, Cabral's work on the African revolutionary path, the theory of the articulation of modes of production, the Indian modes of production debate, and the list goes on. I mention this in part because Marxism is the favorite target of post-colonial theorists' accusations against the Enlightenment tradition. They invite us to believe that Marxism looks at the East only as a blurred reflection of the West, where any departures from the Western model are mere anachronisms, bound to vanish in due course, inasmuch as the East is supposed to follow passively in the tracks laid down by the West. Yet the history of Marxian analysis is exactly the opposite. It exhibits an enduring appreciation of the fact that Eastern societies seem to be driven by logics that require fresh analysis and even, at times, a modification of received categories. To offer just one example, Trotsky's theory of uneven and combined development was an explicit rejection of the argument that later developers would simply replicate the developmental path of the early ones. For Trotsky, the fact of their later insertion into the capitalist vortex meant that such societies would be able to import the most recent innovations in certain spheres, while preserving a whole gamut of older social relations in others. There is no implication of homogeneous time, no historicism, no stagism. Indeed, the theory is immune to virtually every accusation that subalternist theorists make against the Marxian tradition. Point 2. Similarly, Koskai's classic work on the agrarian question ends up making a case for why the peasantry will not simply be dissolved by the forces of agro-industry or urban capitalism. Rather, they will be incorporated into the circuits of capital, thus giving smallholders a place within the order that their counterparts lost within the early developers. Point 3 here. 2. There is no stagism, no historicism, no presumption of homogenization. Or take a theory of more recent vintage, the articulation of modes of production. In this approach, capitalism does not obliterate all history twos, nor does it resolutely lurch from stage to predetermined stage. Instead, it forms an uneasy accord with archaic modes of production, so that instead of displacing them it cohabits with them over long periods of time. This was a theory developed by French anthropologists focusing mainly on the study of Africa, and was made famous in the English-speaking world by theorists such as Harold Walp, who mobilized it to study the peculiar capitalism of South Africa. Many of these theories, of course, are deeply flawed and can be criticized on various grounds, but never on the grounds that subaltern studies associates with Enlightenment, especially Marxian theories. If they are wrong, it is not because they are teleological, or deterministic, or stagist. Indeed, every one of these theories was developed as an explicit rejection of these very modes of thought. On the other hand, all of them have something significant in common: they affirm the two universalisms, and thus provincialize Europe far more effectively than anything coming out of the stable of post-colonial studies. Whatever their flaws, none of these theories grounded in Enlightenment principles is Eurocentric, none of them essentializes the East, and none can be accused of Orientalism. Point 4. This being the case, the project of developing theory that effectively analyzes the specificity of the East is more likely to emerge from the research program associated with the Enlightenment than with post-colonial theory. And here is the reason: post-colonial theory obscures the very forces that drive the political dynamics in that part of the world, while simultaneously promoting conceptions of it that are systematically misleading. The aim to provincialize Europe, then, is wholly laudable. The problem with post-colonial theory is not that it is committed to this agenda, but rather that it is incapable of ever carrying it out. 11.4 Envoy. My argument amounts to the contention that post-colonial theory impedes the development of an adequate analysis of the modern epoch, whether in the East or the West. Is there any chance it will be displaced from its exalted status in the near future? Interestingly, if ever there was a time when the sheer force of events should suffice to undermine a theory, it is now. Two facts about the current conjuncture would seem to deliver a decisive and devastating blow to the post-colonial studies framework, while affirming the arguments I have leveled against it. The first of these is the global economic crisis that began in 2007-8, and the second is the series of revolts in the Middle East known as the Arab Spring. The global economic crisis has brought into relief the basic fact that the entire world is now part of the same universal history, subject to the same underlying forces. There is no more dramatic illustration of capital's universalization than the fact that the entire world has been engulfed by its effects. This is not the first time this has happened, of course. Crises in the history of capitalism have always been global in their impact. But it is the first time such a cataclysm has hit since post-colonial theory arrived on the scene. For the first time since the 1980s, everyone is talking about capitalism, not alterity or hybridity or the fragment, but the ubiquitous, grinding, crushing force of capital. This certainly makes for a friendlier environment for the arguments I have been developing in this book, and which others will no doubt make in the years to come. Even more devastating than the economic collapse, however, is the Arab Spring. It is hard to imagine a more dramatic confirmation of the two universalisms than the demands that came from the streets of Tunisia, Egypt, or the other centers of revolt. These were demands for bread, rights, jobs, and democracy. In fact, without exception, commentators were taken aback by the centrality of secular, universalistic, and materialist demands in the movements. This is not the first time such demands have been seen in the Middle East. Secular nationalism was the main political ideology of the region in the middle decades of the 20th century. But since the 1970s, it was Islamists of varying stripes that had gained traction within civil society. The growth of religious political organizations, and the steady enervation of secular left forces, had been one of the conditions that lent credibility to the new Orientalism espoused by post-colonial theory. Yet when the Spring's mass movements exploded onto the scene, the Islamists were largely marginal to them. Their banners were hard to find. 5 What the masses of young revolutionaries called for was liberty, justice, and dignity, demands one should expect, if post-colonial theory is to be believed, only in the streets of Paris or New York. And if that were not enough, when the United States and Europe experienced a series of mass mobilizations against austerity during the months after the Arab Spring, the youth in the streets of Barcelona, New York, and Athens carried signs saluting their counterparts in Cairo and Tunis, citing them as inspirations. How could this be? How could calls for jobs and rights in the West take inspiration from the Orient, if the latter are not even supposed to be motivated by such matters? Hence, one can make the argument that the past 5 years have created optimal conditions for the recognition of post-colonial theory's shortcomings. But will it be displaced? In fact, I doubt we will witness its eclipse any time in the near future. Post-colonial theory came to prominence during a period of massive political defeats for the left, all across the world. 6 Indeed, I rather doubt there has ever been a time since the birth of the modern left that its forces were as enfeebled as they have been since the 1980s. It is now a commonplace that the turn to irrationalism within the self-styled radical intelligentsia was very closely tied to their retreat into the academy. 7 But it was not just that this brought about a change in intellectual culture, narrowly conceived. Over the past quarter century, enormous resources have been sunk into the material infrastructure that sustains the theory. There are journals wholly committed to it, chairs in humanities departments dedicated to its propagation, sections in disciplinary societies that convene annually with hundreds of attendees, book series at publishing houses with enormous lists and promises of forthcoming volumes. None of this will come to an end anytime soon simply because the theory happens to be deeply flawed. And this brings up the second obstacle. By now, not only have lavish material resources been plowed into the field, but hundreds of scholars have built their reputations on it. This institutional network is staffed by academics whose professional life now orbits around the ideas propagated by the theory. Apart from the first generation of post-colonial theorists, the second generation, their students, constitutes a bulwark against the possibility of critique and hence the possibility of one's own reputation becoming sullied. For scholars from the global south, who have now for decades promoted the Orientalism central to post-colonial theory, the prospect of exposure is especially devastating. There are now legions of intellectuals who have staked their reputations on this theoretical framework, who have made their careers on extolling its virtues and its deep insights. Put these factors together, and one should expect that the response to the political developments of the past couple of years will be twofold: to bend and twist the theory so that it might appear capable of accommodating developments that rather directly undermine its basic propositions, and to violently attack any concerted critique issuing from the outside. For those familiar with the literature on the history of science, my prognosis ought not to come as a surprise. Decades ago, Thomas Kuhn described the process of theoretical development in the history of scientific thought. 8 He showed that when scientific theories meet with empirical anomalies or even outright disconfirmation, they are not easily displaced by their rivals. They are able to survive for long periods, in large part because of the resources that can be deployed to defend them, and because the reputations of so many scientists hang on the success of the flawed theories. What I have described in the case of post-colonial theory is much the same phenomenon, except that it is occurring in the moral sciences. If anything, the absence of experimental conditions, along with the more dubious intellectual culture of the social sciences and humanities, makes the likelihood of rapid displacement even more remote. None of this is to suggest, however, that the situation is hopeless. Quite the contrary. The times in which we live do offer a tremendous opportunity to expose the flaws of the theory and even to displace it. My point is simply that if this is going to happen, it will not happen on its own. It will take some time and a great deal of effort. All the more reason to begin now. 1 Robert J. C. Young, Post-Colonialism, An Historical Introduction, 10. 2 A short representation is found in Trotsky's introduction to his The History of the Russian Revolution. 3 See Karl Koski, The Agrarian Question, trans. Pete Burgess, 2 volumes. 4 As for Marx's own Orientalism, I believe he was guilty of this at times. But the subalternist accusations against him, which portray him as an apologist for imperialism, are so off base that they suggest a genuine ignorance of his work. Luckily, a superb recent book lays this matter to rest once and for all. See Kevin B. Anderson, Marx at the Margins, on Nationalism, Ethnicity, and Non-Western Societies. Compare Anderson's impressive scholarship to the ill-conceived and rather baseless accusations of Jun Prakash in his Postcolonial Criticism and Indian Historiography, Social Text 31-30 seconds, 14-15. 5 committed Orientalists will no doubt point to the political gains of Islamists since those heady days as being a problem for my argument. The victories by Islamist parties in the elections, the critics would say, show the deep roots of religious consciousness in the Middle East, and the marginality of universalistic motivations. This argument readily fails. The balance of votes in an election is the result of numerous factors. It is not a key to the wellsprings of a national culture. The most salient explanations of a party's electoral success are political, not cultural. So, in Egypt, the most powerful explanation for the Muslim Brotherhood's success is that it was the most well-organized party in opposition, with national organizational presence, deep roots in communities, etc., while the newer, secular parties were much weaker organizationally. In any case, the Muslim Brotherhood itself supported many of the universalistic demands made by the crowds in Tahrir Square, and reaffirmed its commitment to them after its electoral success. 6. Much of the analysis in the next paragraphs is a highly condensed presentation of my argument on the decline of class analysis in South Asian Studies, Critical Asian Studies 38:4, 357-87. Readers should refer to that essay for a more detailed accounting of the conditions that gave rise to, and have sustained, post-colonial theory over the past decades. 7. See the early analysis by Perry Anderson in his In the Tracks of Historical Materialism, and the brilliant distillation by Terry Eagleton in his The Illusions of Postmodernism, Chapter 1. 8. Thomas S. Kuhn, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, first published in 1962. My invocation of Kuhn should not be taken as an endorsement of the more controversial parts of his argument in the structure, namely, the strong version of the theory dependence of observation and the attendant claims for the incommensurability of theories.